Blue Style. Brought to you by Guitar Center.
This is the ultimate. I can't go for it.
a tailor-made razor blade, cut of the cloth as a gladiator with Gatorade on 808. I'm like Johnny Mnemonic, the body highly robotic, shoot a microscopic laser rays. You ain't know? We reboot Southpaw 2.0. Don't be stupid, run when you got the chance, cause this time, ain't Watson in. Don't hesitate, I'll decimate. It ain't nothing to push a button and detonate. Spit fire and trip wire, you get blew up. Let's go. Suit up. Kinetic energy got my enemy side of crevice. Literally, by the medic in 9 seconds. Pop, pop, more shots than a diabetic. Pathetic, lay on the ground, saying the sound to get an AK to your crown. Does it look like I'm playing around, spraying around with AK? I'm laying them down. Just like that, fight back, and end up begging for your life, chat. So run when you got the chance, cause this time, Bang ain't Watson in. Don't hesitate, I'll decimate. It ain't nothing to push a button and detonate. Spit fire and trip wire, you get blew up. Let's go. Suit up. Southpaw 2.0. Suit up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Week 6 of NexVerse, Random Championship NexVerse tournaments for Heroes of the Storm. As always, I'm Captain Cardone, and today we have a relative newcomer to the stage. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, by all means.
Oh, well, thank you, Captain. I'm Diabletes, and yes, I am relatively new, but I hope that we get to see a bunch of awesome games today and give you some good commentary on them. And yeah, this is kind of a really exciting week because it is a week before the final, so there's a lot at stake here for a bunch of these teams, don't you think?
That is true. There is a lot at stake. So right now, we're trying to get our first draft set up. So we had a couple of late teams that we had to get into the match. We're not going to throw them out just because they're late, though we considered it. So yeah, we're running a little bit behind because of that, but not too bad. Just a couple of minutes. So we're going to get that game for you, and we're going to get started, and hopefully we're going to get Risky Business. Have you been able to contact them yet?
Yes, I have, and right now it looks like they're in the process of just starting that draft if we want to pull that up, and they said that they're okay with us casting them.
Excellent. Let's get that draft pulled up. Alrighty, so yeah, literally nothing has happened except Storm 5 Red has waited a very long time to pick the first ban.
Yeah, I think with this meta, it seems like it might be kind of obvious with the ban, but you never know. Some people might have some pocket strategies, but I would not be surprised if we see a Tyrande or Kel'Thas ban here.
Yeah, that's true. The stun meta right now is huge. Are they going to random into their first ban?
I sure hope not. That would be kind of a weird start, but maybe they're just playing mind games or something. You never know.
I mean, they'd really have to know what they're going for. And there it is, Tyrande, the first ban.
All right, well, so let's see how they respond here. Oh, and I do see it as Tomb of the Spider Queen, so that might affect what people might want to ban here.
Yeah, it definitely does. Zagara is an excellent choice on this map, so banning her out may actually be helpful if you don't want the enemy team to have vision. It's already hard enough to get vision since Tyranda's been banned out. The owl is really nice.
Yeah, for sure. And also, they're definitely going to want, if they're going to do the roam strategy, I definitely see them prioritizing some heroes with wave clear. But of course, you can never really put them past drafting Zagara on this map because Zagara is also really strong.
Yeah, she's my favorite hero, probably out of all of them, but on this map especially, she's kind of my go-to.
Yeah, I mean, she's just such an oppressive laner. There's not really a way you win a lane against Zagara. You just survive a lane against Zagara, but you have to pay so much attention. And, well, there's the Zagara
Yep. I know nobody can see me, but I raise my arms in triumph.
ban already. Just respect that. Yeah, every Zagara ban. I personally hate playing against her, so I do ban her, but I do love playing her myself.
Yeah, I
And
love
let's,
playing her. She's great.
yeah, it's fun for you, not fun for them.
That's
Okay,
kind
let's
of
see
the
what
point.
their first pick's going. And
Uh,
a Rhaegar first
I
pick. That's
I
very interesting.
I wonder if that was a random.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They did run out of time pool there, but yeah, that's definitely. I'm not
Yeah.
sure how you could build a team comp around that, but we'll have to see how Risky Business is going to respond to this.
Yeah, I don't know. With two picks and two very good heroes already banned out on this map, I'm not sure exactly what you pull. And it's been a while since I've actually been able to watch Risky Business play, so I'm not sure exactly what kind of team comps they tend to go for. What about you? Have you watched them play recently?
Unfortunately, and if there's any Risky Business people in the chat, I played against them quite a bit whenever I was playing on the amateur scene, and I may or may not have got stomped by them a lot. But they definitely like to play a lot of aggressive comps, so I would not be surprised. And I mean, of course, that fits the meta. We'll see some, Diablo, ETC, maybe a Kerrigan or something like that. Something that really will kind of set the early game tone. So we will see. I would not be surprised if right now they first pick an ETC or a Diablo. There's the ETC.
Yeah, there it is. You got that. You got yours a few seconds before I got mine. I was like, no, there's not. They haven't picked yet. But
I know,
yep.
I know. When something like that happens, it's like, note to Blizzard, if you're hearing out there, let's get a draft worked into our game, right?
Yes, please. It's funny that even Blizzard uses Heroes Draft. Like even
Yeah,
at their big professional stuff, they are using this website.
that's top
Also, I think we've had uh we've had some people tell us
tier
that
production right there.
well, we've had some people tell us that this is not working. They can't even get into Heroes Draft. I'm getting messages
Really?
from people. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's really frustrating. I mean, whenever something like that happens, I mean, I on occasions have had bugs where our last pick wasn't the last pick that we were actually doing, and it leads to a really big headache during tournaments. So I hope that this is just a minor little bug and it won't happen anymore. But we do have Stitch's pick.
Yes, yes, we do. Whether they want that or not, we'll see. But
Yes. I'm going to work on contacting them to make sure that the draft is working on their side, so we're not wasting our time here.
yeah, well, I always thought it would be funny to have the draft just let it go and do random stuff and then just play whatever you get. I think that would be awesome. I'm weird though,
Hey,
so
that's
nobody quote me on any of this. This is probably not a good idea for a tournament.
a good thing for like an All Stars type tournament or something at BlizzCon. Just have the best players in the world just play the most random of comps.
There you go. Yes, yes, please, please. That would be awesome. I mean, Blizzard is kind of pulling a system like that in with their arena. I think is what they're calling it.
Okay, I'm not sure. Is Zenitray in Twitch chat is saying that maybe they have a different draft that they're doing right now? I'm okay.
Yeah.
There's a new link. I'm getting it. Let me give that to you.
Oops, that's the wrong one. It's not helpful that that is 2 minutes behind.
Yeah.
Let's see if this is correct. So are you seeing a Tyrande Zagara ban?
Yep, I am, and I'm seeing that the Storm has picked KT and Muradin and Raynor for risky business.
All right, just making sure we're all on the same page here.
Yeah, I apologize for that, folks. There was just some technical difficulties with Heroes draft, and now we'll just bring you the remaining draft. Unfortunately, you will not be seeing a Stitches game,
Yeah,
though maybe you could hold out hope.
yeah.
For all you
Sorry,
Stitches fans.
sorry for everyone that was excited about that. But it's interesting to see that, yeah, they indeed did get Taronda and Zagara banned, just fine.
Yeah, so I mean, different draft, but kind of the same still. So Storm Red is going to pick Uther, which he's still, even though they have nerfed him several times in a row now, he's still a very strong healer and still very prevalent in this meta.
Well, that Divine Shield is just so good. If anyone is getting close to dying, you can just shield them, and it's awesome. Or if you have a Sonya that's going in deep, just shield them. They're not taking any damage. And I seem to have lost my call with him. Yeah. So he'll be back in a second. Until then, let's talk about this for a second. Also, I wish I could mute that. Thanks, Skype. Skype for the win. I'm not getting any drops on the stream, though, so you guys must be fine. Must just be on his end. Although now Heroes Draft isn't working either, so that's interesting. We're going to try and get back to you guys as soon as we can here. Well, supposedly they picked something, but I haven't seen it yet. And that call was just dropped. They banned out an ETC. So we'll see what Storm 5 Red decides to go with. Lots of good things to be banned. Like we were saying earlier, Tomb of the Spider Queen has lots of good heroes. Yeah, Blizzard really needs in-game stuff. We've seen lots of good heroes on Tomb of the Spider Queen. So it will be interesting to see what we get here. As we said earlier, Zagara is a really good pick, but it's already out. Raynor, excellent pick on this one as well. That was weird. So they picked something yet again, but Heroes Draft is falling behind. I don't think their systems are working. Their servers are definitely having a bad day. Okay, so apparently they banned out Jaina. Excellent pick there. Jaina, very strong hero, has plenty of wave clear. Very good at getting rid of those spiders and getting everything up. You know, getting all the gems and turning them in. Able to slow people down, causes lots of damage. Excellent ban decision there. Especially since they already have KT that gets rid of a mage for the other side. Now, on Risky Business's side, however, they picked up Johanna and Vala, both with excellent wave clear. Johanna, of course, can go into... holy crap. Thought just went away. Can go into her Condemn build and just destroy minions with Knight Takes Pawn. Vala, of course, has a multi-shot build that lets her really do quite a bit of damage. And apparently... Heroes Draft is being really crappy tonight. And I seem to still have lost my co-host. So that's interesting. But that's okay, we'll move on. A Thrall and Leoric pick. Leoric, of course, very good frontline, especially on this map. It's so small. He's able to get a lot of places, get those orbs up. Plenty of stuff for him to do on this map. And with Entomb, there's a couple of tight hallways, corridors that he can just entomb somebody. And with Kael'thas right behind him, they will just slaughter whoever that is. As for a final pick for Risky Business, they need some kind of healer. They can't pick Taronda, obviously. And they can't pick Uther either. And it looks like they're going for a Rhaegar pick here. So we're going to get into the game as soon as we can. But that's a good pick, I think, on their part. Rhaegar offers a lot and has some damage to him as well. He's able to escape things. One of the few heroes that just by running away might actually get out of Entomb due to being able to transform into his wolf form immediately instead of waiting. So we're gonna get this game going in just a second, and I'll try and get my co-host back as well. We'll see how that works out. So until then, I hope you guys enjoy. And apparently there's an internet outage at his place, so we're gonna get him back in, and we'll get right back to it. Hold on, just a moment. Okay, I think we're finally back.
Yep. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Stuff happens. So I was just talking about the draft and trying to determine how to get everyone back into the, the where they need to be, because this is Heroes Draft seems to be having a problem today.
Okay. So did they correctly draft this time though? Is
Uh,
everybody?
as far as I can tell, they did. Do you have the link? Do you need it again?
No, I do have it.
Okay. Yeah. As far as I can tell, everything is drafted correctly. Nobody has said anything. Um, yeah. Well, it looks like a couple of people are having problems, but not exactly the same issues. So we'll see what we get there. Heroes Draft apparently not going to work for us tonight. But there's your draft for you guys. And we'll get into this game as soon as we can. And we'll go from there.
Yes, we will. Sorry about that, guys.
We'll be back in just a second. Alrighty. We are finally in the match. I think everyone did draft what they wanted to draft. It looks like we're good. We're going to get started in just a moment.
Yeah. So, what do you think? Your thoughts of who won this draft, or did you think it was a pretty even draft?
I think it was a pretty even draft. Both sides have really played to their styles. It looks like. So I think everyone is gonna be just fine with what they pulled, provided, of course, that neither team actually got screwed by the draft process.
Yeah, I'm hoping not, because I really wouldn't want the game to be decided about that. I'm personally
Right.
just a really big fan Leoric and Sylvanas on this map because they have a ton of wave clear and a lot of different ways that they can rotate in between lanes. But I mean, always having that Murd and Johanna, that double front line too. It's going to be hard to see how they're going to get through that double front line.
Yeah, it'll be difficult for them. They do have, excuse me, they do have a couple of people that are good at either taking hits or dishing out damage in their front line. Leoric and Thrall, both very capable at dealing with other warriors. So I think they'll be all right. I'm not really that concerned about that. And this is such a small map; it's easy to get around people. It seems like it wouldn't be, but there's definitely ways around. So their Sylvanas may be able to get into the back line and put some pressure on people and then pour out.
Yeah, I can totally agree with that, and it's definitely going to be whenever you get to whenever Sylvanas gets that vulnerability, that's definitely going to be able to change things. But of course, this map, sometimes it's a little difficult to wait that long because, especially on this map, it can get snowbally pretty fast.
It sure can. It sure can. I mean, that was a major complaint with this map at the beginning when it first came out.
All right, the match is just about to get started. I'm really excited for the first match of the night.
Yes. Yeah, it'll be an excellent match. It'll be interesting to see how people play to their advantages here, simply because simply because the draft process was a little weird. People were probably picking things that they just wanted, spam picking, trying to get the people that they wanted in right away.
Yeah, I totally agree. I wasn't even expecting to see a Vala, but I'm really interested to see because Vala is one of my, from an alpha player, just one of my favorite heroes. It's just been around forever, and no matter what they do to her, she's still been on the competitive scene at least a little bit.
Right, right. Oops. Alrighty. We are in and on Storm 5 Red's team. Funny because they're on the blue side. We have Leon playing Leoric, Garbin playing Thrall, Fehele? Come on, guys. Come on with the names. Come on. Playing Uther, NCR playing... Oh, that's a really cool skin. Huh. Okay, sorry, I got distracted by the skin. Playing KT, and PsychX playing Sylvanas.
And on the side of Risky Business, we have Rhaegar and Frustrated, Muradin, Coolers on Muradin, James Franco on Raynor, Timmons and Johanna, and Preachers on Vala. And we do have a team fight already breaking out in the middle here, and Leoric does go down. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, Leoric goes down, but it is Leoric. He's not really that concerned this early, and because his death timer is short, but they
Uther
also
and
lose
KT.
Uther and KT. That is a problem.
All right,
Losing one, not a big deal. Losing multiples, that can be a problem.
Yeah, especially, but it's still early in the game, and they want to see if they can maybe get some experience here and catch up because it's far from over, obviously.
Oh yeah, it's just begun. Although they do have to watch out because Cooler and Frustrated look like they're coming down for a nice little gank.
Ooh, and Thrall's trying to run here, but he doesn't really get away. He does get slowed, and he does get knocked out by Raynor, so that is another death and another kill for Risky Business.
Risky Business is playing very aggressively. I mean, this is what we've come to expect from them, obviously, but man, they are just all over this other team here.
Yeah, apparently they decided that, hey, that draft took a little bit longer than we want to, so let's make this game go a little bit quicker.
It is Spider Queen, so that can happen. The games can be extremely short on this match, or on this map rather.
Cooler and Frustrated are going in for another gank against Leoric. He's kind of overextended there, but it does look like he will get away. Thrall's taking a little bit of damage, but seems pretty safe.
Yep, and looking at the talents real quick while they're kind of skirmishing in mid, it doesn't really look like anyone took anything out of the norm. Vala went for a multi-shot build. Sylvanas went with the wind. That's your normal first pick for her most of the time. There are reasons to pick other things, but typically that's what we see. Everyone else just went for building stacks for the most part.
Yeah, and I think that's really, this is an effective map with all the wave clear that you do and you focus on when you're rotating between lanes. The building stacks is pretty effective. Ooh, but we do see Uther go down in mid lane. I'm sorry, that was Rainer.
Rainer.
Rainer, not Uther. My
I was going to let you go. Yeah, so, you know, a little bit of a comeback saying, hey, no, we're still in this. We're fighting you. There is another team here, which is important. It's important for morale.
Yeah, exactly, and I don't think anybody really wants to see any sort of a blowout here, so I'm really excited that they got that kill, and it looks like they're rotating on Johanna here, but obviously Johanna is just going to kind of walk away and say, yeah, you can't really touch me right now.
Yeah, I mean, early game, she is just such a beefy character. She doesn't really need help to get out of situations. She's hardly ever in a bad spot. Muradin, though, looked like he was in a bad spot.
I know, right? That was really close, but, you know, knowing Muradin, he'll just tap the well and he'll come back at, like, almost half health again.
Yeah, I mean, his passive heal there is pretty phenomenal. An excellent gravity lapse followed up by some damage done, but nothing really important. No kills to speak of.
Nope, just looks like we got our normal rotation now. Maybe now we had everybody kind of settle down a little bit, so nobody's really getting too far out of position. It looks like we have Frustrated trying to turn in a little bit in bottom.
Yeah, everyone at the beginning, you know, is trying to be super aggressive. Psych looks like he's in trouble, though, and down he goes. Sylvanas not able to take a hammer from Muradin.
Yep, and that's going to be 5 kills to 1 kill, so they're really, but, you know, it's not too big of an experience disadvantage, so that's the positive that they can really take out of that. And also, it does look that the gems are just about equal, even though the blue team is trying to turn in right now.
Yeah, well, Leoric is sitting there with 20 gems on him. He'd really like to get that turned in. But his team is getting surrounded. KT looks like he's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Leoric looks like he's in trouble too. Ooh, but Rhaegar does go down from that. So probably it looked like it was trouble for the blue team, but it is the red team that ends up losing their hero there.
Well, it's easy to turn things like that around, you know. If you get one or two good stuns, a gravity lapse off on the other team, you can get a kill and still get out without losing anybody.
But really right now, this is going to be the true test, you know, whenever those first web weavers come down. Because depending on how you defend or how many kills you give up or you take, it could really just lead to a huge level disadvantage. So we're going to have to see how blue team reacts to this.
Yeah, exactly. They are talent tier down right now. Not by much. They just need a little bit more. But they are a little down. And for those of you watching, it does look like we're getting a little bit of a lag issue here. Doesn't seem like anything big, but every now and then you'll see the screen kind of stop. Sorry about that. We'll get that worked out as soon as we can.
Okay, then it does look like they are going to focus top here and maybe get some of the towers and rotate. I think this is the smartest strategy on this map because unless you have a huge advantage, you don't want to be too risky about it.
Yeah, you don't want to be caught too far out. It'd be really easy for a team to get a flank on you and just kill off your damage dealers. Now, the one thing that Risky Business does have going for them is that their damage dealers are kind of beefy. Rainer never really concerned about getting killed, not just by regular damage, and it looks like Frustrated is, though.
Yeah, but he does manage to get away, and, you know...
Oh, Leo!
Leoric does go down. Rhaegar can be quite slippery, and Uther does get stunned, and he's getting slowed here, but he does look like he'll get away. Muradin's going to hop away. So
that was an excellent pickup by Risky Business. They took down Leoric. They lost the other team like 20-something coins.
Yeah, no, that is definitely a huge thing right here, especially since the thing you want to do after a turn-in by the other team is try to get your turn-in as quickly as possible, and now that's going to be a lot more difficult, especially whenever Sylvanas goes down bottom.
Yeah, Muradin just keeps walking down there to pick her off, just to make sure she can't get anything done, which is smart. Leaving a Sylvanas alone to go do whatever they want is always a bad plan.
Yep. And, Rainer's taking a lot of damage. He does have...
He might... he did not make it out of there.
No, he did not. Leoric was very smart to catch him out there.
Yep. Yeah, that creepy hand from Leoric can deal just enough damage to get done what you need to get done.
Oh, yes. I totally agree. Leoric is once again getting hit, but, you know, he's really easy to just race walk out of there. And to be honest, he doesn't really even seem to really care about dying this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. As long as he's not holding a bunch of gems, it's not a huge concern for him that he dies. Now, the big concern is they are a level behind in experience, and the other team has their heroics.
That's true, but at least now they did get the web weavers, so that's definitely going to hopefully allow them to safely even the odds here. But Sylvanas is going to get stunned by Murden and then just get attacked by Rainer and gets the arrow from Vala and goes down. Ooh, that's definitely not something you want to do when you have the web weavers up for a push.
Nope, nope. Luckily, her death timer is still pretty short, only another 10 seconds until she's back. However, their team could be in trouble here as Risky Business is chasing them up. They want to force a fight here. They have heroics, it's 5v4, they want to push a fight.
Yes, and why wouldn't you? I mean, when you have heroics are just such a huge power spike in this game, but it does look like they are going to kind of back off and try to analyze the situation a little bit and not get too greedy.
Yeah, there's no reason to get too greedy. You're right about that. But especially now that Storm 5 Red is about to get their heroics as well. You don't really want to go into that fight because it's very easy for one heroic ability to turn around a team fight.
And guys, are we seeing this? Is that Haymaker that Murden has taken?
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, his team's pretty tanky. He's not really concerned about not having a tank in the front line. And Ancestral Healing just went off and saved James Franco. And Peach is putting tons of damage with her heroic onto the other team. And there's 3, 4 down. Is this going to be 5? Can Uther get out?
It does not look like
No,
so,
he
and so it
cannot.
is a full team wipe in the advantage of Risky Business, and they will definitely push this fort here.
Yeah, Leoric is back, but there's not a whole lot he can do. He's got to kind of play it safe or he's going to get killed yet again.
Yep, and it's going to be a 2-level lead here, so it's really starting to kind of snowball a little bit here, so we need to see how they can get this together and try to just soak some experience to get back in this game, and they look like they're threatening a turn-in as well.
Yeah, I mean, Joanna had tons of coins on her. I mean, they all do, really. But she was able to turn in and put all those coins in the bank, and that's going to be another web weaver. That's not really a problem yet, but it's going to ensure that that Risky Business gets 13 well before Storm does.
Yes, and and on the side of Storm, you definitely want to try to play this as safe as you can, stop the push wherever you can, but you want to get that level 13 KT spike because that's going to be the key to coming back in this game, so they really have to play safe until they can get level 13.
Oh yeah, definitely. The chain bombs are amazing, but it looks like Risky Business is just going to push bottom. They want these towers, and it looks like they're going to go in for the fort as well.
Yeah, and Sylvanas has to be very careful. Murden does jump in, does get stunned, but she does have her E. It does go off, and she does get away.
She just barely got out of that stun in time.
Yes, that was a very risky thing to do there. From risk, don't want to play risky around Risky Business. They will punish you for it.
Oh yes, they have time and time again. The whole team is here though, and they're looking to maybe fight a little bit.
Wailing Arrow does go out. Entomb does go out, does trap Rainer and Rhaegar, but it doesn't really matter. Garbin's taking a ton of damage. He does get Divine Shield. He's going in. Ultimate goes out on Johanna, but it does not look like it's going to really matter there. It was just a bad idea to take a team fight, 11-14.
Yeah, they're too far behind at this point. They really need the level 13 for Kael'thas. I mean, everyone gets stronger at that point, but KT especially has a huge power spike there.
Yeah, and this is just looking even worse and worse because the next talent tier is going to come up pretty soon if they're not careful, and they just have to try to poke as much as they can off this.
Yeah, I think they're going to hit 16 before Storm hits 13, and that could be a major problem.
And they have a ton of tokens on them as well for turn-in, so they really right now, they have to try to just react to what Risky Business is doing because Risky Business is just a total map control right now.
Right, they need some kind of pressure on them, and it looks like they're trying to get that with this Bruiser camp here, which will help depress this mid lane, but the other two lanes are still pretty much to their walls.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to split up here and get some of this EXP. KT's pushing top and Sylvanas is bottom, but they just have to be really careful about splitting, just a Murd and stun away from getting a kill at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And it does look like they're going to get 13 soon unless they lose a team fight very badly.
Yes, they are positioning right here, kind of risky before 13. They did kind of waste some abilities on Leoric there, so maybe they will be able to still get it.
Yeah, I mean, burning mana and cooldowns of the enemy team is really important, but Thrall is way out of position.
Oh, he does get hit by the Johanna
going
ultimate
to get
stun,
hammered for it.
Yes, he is dead as can be. Wow, that is, like I said, you just wanted to play as safe as possible, and that was the worst possible thing right there. So it looks like they're going to counteract by maybe starting boss here. Nope. They actually kind of maybe a miscommunication there.
Well, yeah, probably turned in just too early, or maybe they just wanted boss as kind of icing on the cake. You know what I mean? If we can get web weavers, let's do that first, and then if we can also get boss, sure, why not?
And to add insult to injury, Uther does get haymakered into risky business and does get killed.
He was right in the middle of 4 of them. Yeah, he did not have much of a chance there.
I'm gonna say I'm really excited to see haymaker in any sort of competitive play because it is a fun ability.
So, Muradin took Dwarf Launch.
Oh, he did? Okay.
I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone take Dwarf Launch. Not that it's a bad talent, it's just that at that level you also have Stone Form.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've had some friends that have taken it just to kind of mess around or not. But yeah, I mean, it definitely allows you some mobility, I'd say. But Chain Bomb is doing a lot of work, and they're taking a lot of damage. But, you know, they did pick Rhaegar, and he has managed to heal them up very quickly at this point.
Yeah, Chain Bomb, of course, does quite a bit of damage to multiple targets, as long as they're standing next to each other. If they're not, it doesn't matter. Also, I wasn't sure what Sylvanas was doing down here. She just kept running forward, and then into a bush and back. So
it's all part of the plan.
Is it? I don't feel like there was much planning there.
Alright, so they are going to, it looks like Risky Business is going to try to get boss here. They are a talent tier ahead, so it does look like Sundering does go out, but they just kind of walk away and say, okay, I guess that's fine.
Yeah, they need a lot of damage right away, and they might get it, but Leoric is already down. Their front line is dead.
Yes, I know, and they blew so many cooldowns on Muradin there, and then after he was done, he just hopped away, and he was back at half health again.
Yep.
And now we do see
they
Thrall,
might
he's
get
going
him.
there.
Nope.
They're chasing him. The chase is real, but it does not matter as he hops away again.
Wow, that is a long jump. I never realized just how long that jump is. And they just chased off the enemy team. Risky Business is back at boss. It's like,
yeah,
let's do it again, I guess.
Yeah, really drawing the aggro from the other team. I guess maybe the Haymaker might have made him a little bit mad because they were really chasing him hard there.
Yeah, they were. And Leoric is kind of out of position here. He keeps getting stunned by Raynor. I'm not sure he's going to get out. He's got very little life left, and Uther shows up to heal him, but he goes down anyway.
Yeah, and I think...
Uther now, though, also out of position, getting stunned by Raynor. Raynor looks like he took double tap, double barreled, and bullseye for the stuns.
Yeah, and Johanna missed the ult there, but it didn't really matter at this point.
Didn't make much of a difference. So you and I were talking about this earlier, that the towers are very, very weak. We just watched Raynor get hit by 3 or 4 tower shots, and just didn't care. Just walked through them. Not a problem. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. At this point, yeah, towers are just. I mean, at this level of the game, you know, at this late, I can understand it, but early game, you can even do that. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yep.
And it does look like they're just going to push with this boss here and end the game.
Yeah, they have no reason not to. It's already at 42%, so, and going down very quickly. Vala's using her heroic, and this is going to be the game. 25 kills to 4. We are 15, almost 16 minutes in. Yeah, so that's an interesting game. Risky Business, of course, very, very aggressive there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they definitely played it to the way that they wanted the game. They dictated the pace of the entire game. They made sure that the game was being fought on their terms. And they just, you know, the other team just kind of fell into the trap of saying, you know what, well, fine, we'll play this game. We'll engage on you. And they had some pretty poor level engagements there. And that really was the tell of the tape, if you ask me.
Yeah, definitely was. Definitely cost them quite a few team fights. I mean, they'd go in and try and do some damage, but then not really get anything done. They always tried to focus Muradin down, which they always got him close, but he heals so rapidly. It didn't really matter at all.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why Muradin, no matter what, like me and my friends have always talked about that, he's been secretly one of the best tanks in the game since Alpha.
Oh, yes.
They haven't really changed them or done anything about him, but, you know, you just think you can get Muradin, but in the end, you get got. So. Yeah,
I don't think they really need to make any changes to Muradin. He's a solid tank, right? He can put out damage, not typically a lot, But his thing is go ahead and hit me. I'll take it so my team doesn't, and then I'll leave, and in 20 seconds I'll be back at full health.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you just saw that it paid off. That they just had so much with the Muradin into the Johanna stun into whenever Raynor got his stun. It was just a ton of CC, and so if they caught out anybody, it was just game over.
Oh yeah, and Raynor put the double barreled and his bullseye stun to excellent effect. He used them very well, making sure that people couldn't get away. Yeah, it pushes them back, but the stun for a second and a half lets your teammates catch up to them, which typically means they're going down.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really exciting. I'm excited to see how far Risky Business is going to go. I would love to see a Risky Business versus RFS match tonight, but we'll see if that ends up happening.
I think that could be interesting indeed. RFS, it looks like they played God Hates Us All, since you mentioned them. And it doesn't really look like any of the other games are done yet, except for Try Again and King of Blades Alpha. I'll go ahead and show you this bracket setup here. Whoops, that is the wrong one. There you go. So as you can see here, King of Blades Alpha has moved on, and they will be playing the winner of 4Qs, and whoever they play, their match is not yet done either. So it could be a little bit until we see Risky Business again, because the people they're playing aren't available yet either. We don't know who they are up against. Yeah, it looks like a lot of the matches just aren't done yet. Let's refresh this, make sure nothing happened. I didn't miss anything. But yeah, it's just King of Blades and Risky Business. Only their games are done. So
well, we did have a Team Higher Consciousness win their game against K5 Heroes. So
where was that at? Did I miss that?
to the very left, there was a few games on the round of one, best of one.
Yeah. I'm not seeing it. Maybe I'm blind. We're gonna go with I'm blind. I don't know. So yeah, let's see if we can get another game real quick. So what do you think about Greymane? Right? He's new. Let's talk about him for a second.
Greymane, he fits my playstyle like to a T. I love aggressive heroes that can go into melee and make big plays. And I mean, I just love the ability to just use his ultimate to go for the throat and to just kill multiple people.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed that ultimate. The other one feels a little lackluster because Tyrande does the same thing on a shorter cooldown. um, so yeah, marked for the kill, I think it is.
Yeah, and it not only that, it's just that Tyrande, hers is targeted, and with his, it's very easy with how slow the missile travels to miss people.
Yeah, like Tyrande's is easier. It's it's easier to pull off. It has a shorter cooldown, and like I don't know. I just always felt like that heroic of his, it makes sense for the character, but it's not very good.
Yeah, I think though, if we're talking in like the amateur scene to the competitive scene, you're definitely going to want to pick like somebody that's going to be able either a double support comp, kind of like the old
Yeah.
Illidan days, or yeah, the stuns are just so heavy in this meta right now that if you go in at the wrong time with him, then you're going to get kind of destroyed.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's the stun meta, man. I'm hoping soon that I mean, I understand why it's good. Stuns are great. Anytime your opponent can't move is a good time for you. um, so that makes sense to me. You know why this everybody loves the stuns. Honestly, I don't feel like they really changed anything to make the stuns better. I think people just realized we can just play a bunch of stunny characters and have a good amount of fun for this.
Yeah, well, I think it was that, and also, we had for a while, very early, we had the cleanse type meta where, you could take cleanse and you could pre-cleanse and you could prevent a lot of stuns.
Right.
And so then they nerfed that, and now with the scaling changes and Tyrande being and then as soon as I stun you, you're just going to be deleted immediately because assassins do so much more damage at level 1.
Yeah, that's true as well. It looks like we do have a game. It's going to be Team Cynics versus Ascension Summit. So we'll see in just a second how they're not quite ready for the draft yet. They're getting ready, but they're not there yet. So we'll have that up for you guys in just a second. But going back to what you were saying, yeah, the I don't know, the stun meta, it's fun. I like it because I play a lot of stun heavy characters. I play a new Brock. I've played a new Brock forever, and I played Mirrodin a long time ago too. Like he's always been good. So I've always enjoyed that, but I can understand why some people wouldn't. And of course, with the changes to cleanse, I guess you're right. It does make it much easier to stun people. But a lot of heroes have other abilities that they can do to get out of situations like that, and we do have the draft up as well.
Awesome.
They are.
So any sort of map that you're wanting to see tonight?
I want to see Towers of Doom. I always want to see Towers of Doom. If there's a new map out, play it, please.
Yes, I totally agree. I enjoyed some Towers of the Doom myself, but I haven't really seen it played too much on the competitive scene, so it would be welcome to see it played here.
Yes, it sure would. Garden of Terror gets picked out first. It's followed closely by Sky Temple. That's unusual. So speaking of maps, Blizzard finally came out and said that Haunted Mines is gone. It will not be coming back for a long time until they figure out a way to redo it to make it better. And I'm like, or you could just put it back how it was because it was awesome.
Yeah, I liked playing it sometimes, but uh, me and my friends were joking that basically every map is Haunted Mines now because at the very start of the match you just push one lane and just kill both of the towers.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's been kind of the go-to. Let's get an early lead for a while. And Towers of Doom just got banned. Dang it! Come on, Ascension, help me out here, guys.
All right, so we got and then now it looks like we have Tomb of the Spider Queen or Battlefield of Eternity. I think last week you had to cast quite a bit of Tomb of the Spider Queen.
Tomb of the Spider Queen is a favorite of just about everybody. So I'm really hoping Team Cynic says, no, we're gonna go against the grain and do Battlefield of Eternity.
And nope.
Of course it isn't.
They were sniping you right now, and they were like, "No, we got to make him mad."
Boy, if they're sniping me on a 2.5 minute delay, that is fantastic. You guys are excellent.
All right, so any predictions on first ban here? I'm gonna put the pressure on you now.
Taronda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good
no,
guess.
Team Cynics may not ban Taronda. One of them will ban Taronda.
Yeah, I typically when I'm in the position of first pick, I don't like to ban Taronda just because I want to see, it puts the pressure on them to say, will you do it or will you not?
Yeah, exactly. Like, are you going to let us have this or are you not? So they banned Zagara. That makes sense as well. That was going to be my second pick for a ban, but Ascension will likely ban Taronda here. Everyone's so afraid of that stun. She's just a great all-around hero. She does plenty of damage. She has heals, which she can't be your full healer, obviously, but you put her with another support or even a quasi-support like Tassadar, and she's good to go.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm interested to see, obviously Taronda's nope, there it is. Didn't even have to talk anymore. Taronda ban.
Yeah, it's not surprising at this point. But I'm really hoping somebody drafts a new Brock. I love playing a new Brock on this map. Beetle build on this map is awesome, at least fun-wise. I don't really know if it's competitive, but I have a lot of fun playing it.
It's definitely a fun thing to play. The only thing that's bad about a new Barak with this patch is, while all the other tanks got tankier, he still has that very low health pool, and all the assassins got more damage.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. So first pick Kael'thas, that's to be expected as well. So I wonder if Ascension's going to pick up Jaina here for the wave clear that she can do, and so that they're guaranteed a mage.
Yeah, I'm honestly wondering that too, because I at least on the amateur scene, I saw Jaina picked at a lot of like the higher level things, but she seems to fall out of favor a little bit for some reason.
Yeah, which is interesting to me because I always liked her better than KT. KT's playstyle is very, very one-dimensional. You gravity lap somebody, put a flame strike under them, and then press DWW, and you kill them.
Yeah, I could definitely understand that.
That's it.
And also, like, you have this risk until you get the mana shield, and there's Jaina, and
There
then
she
like
is.
you could just be super aggressive, have an assassin does so much damage, and it gets a mana shield too. KT
Yep.
is just the definition of, in my opinion, not being fun, but I can understand why he's very popular on the scene.
Yeah, definitely. And people have gotten away from pick and backdraft that used to be the go-to. Like, oh, I'll blow them up and slow them. Then people realized, well, if I blow them up and they're dead, the slow doesn't really do anything.
Ooh, I'm loving Team Cynic's pick here. ETC and Uther. You have so many synergies that you can do there. If somebody is caught out, you can de-shield them. You can preemptively de-shield the ETC into a mosh pit so it doesn't get interrupted. There's just a lot of good things you can do there.
Oh yeah, lots of options there for them, definitely. So what do you think Ascension is going to ban now then?
Uh, I, honestly, I'm not sure. It's going to just kind of come to preference here. I would not be surprised to see maybe a really strong assassin like a Rainer ban or maybe a healer ban of some sort if they want to just kind of get them to have a suboptimal healer. But I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, well, there goes Thrall. I mean,
That's a good ban. I didn't even think about that.
yeah, me neither. But we were talking about that earlier too. Is Thrall has really come back in the meta. He's just kind of shown up out of nowhere with his Chain Lightning build that people are doing now, and he's just popping up all over the place.
Yeah, and now that you think about it, like out of all the melee assassins, with Thrall's poke and his ability to do tons of damage with a D shield, would have been a solid pick by Team Cynic. So I think that was a really good ban.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Um. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna ban out. I can't even call this one.
Yeah, it's just kind of I'm not sure exactly either. It's Tassadar.
All right. Well, Tassadar, his leeching plasma build is pretty strong at this point.
Yeah, and he's also a really good laner. Like he could very easily clear a lot of waves on this map, and that's very much valued here. I was surprised to not see maybe a Sylvanas. Maybe they'll pick up Sylvanas here.
Yeah, they might. Sylvanas, of course, is good on this map because if you leave her alone, she's solid, and it's really easy to tell where the rest of the enemy team is. Just because it's so small, you pretty much have vision everywhere all the time. The problem, of course, being that they can rotate very quickly to get her. Raynor, always a solid pick, pretty much on every map. I don't think there's a map that Raynor's not good at.
Yeah, Raynor is just one of those guys though too that if you get the web weavers at the right time, Hyperion can really give you a really big early lead. So
Oh yeah,
I do like how he can push with the web weavers, but I agree they're better heroes probably for the early game.
yeah, definitely, definitely.
I'm going to be interested to see if we're going to. It looks like some people in our Twitch chat are saying that they should be a gray main should be picked here.
I'd love to see a Grey Main.
Not sure if that's the best pick, but hey, it's a fan pick here, so
Yeah,
see if
definitely.
they do it. And of course, somebody is saying Gazlo Riot too.
Who is that? Oh, it's come on, Sweet Beeps.
But now Ascension
That's
does
supposed to
pick
rile
up
them up.
a Falstad, which, I will say Falstad in general is just really strong right now. Mighty Gus is a great disengage. Obviously, if you don't get caught in the ATC ult, it's just a really great way to interrupt it.
Oh yeah,
But,
yeah, definitely.
but, I will say he doesn't have the biggest fly presence here, but, his fly in general is just great on any map.
Yeah, well, and because he doesn't really have to fly anywhere to get places, you can use it in more cheeky ways. Like we saw last week, I think it was last week, somebody fly into the enemy base to pick up a kill, and then barrel roll out through the gate.
Wow. Yeah,
Just
that's
like not a care in the world, just going in, killing somebody, and barrel rolling out. It's all good.
Yeah, for good or for worse, Falstad is one of my favorite heroes to call for because you can have some gusts that are just amazing, like that'll change the game completely, or you can have complete whiffs. Like
Yeah.
maybe if you looked at a few of my replays, you might see.
Have you ever watched Elite AI Falstad?
Oh
Because
yes,
that stuff is hysterical.
and we got the Sonya here, so that's definitely a great pick for the Uther D shield, and with lots of can go kind of crazy with that Uther support.
Right, right. That's definitely true. Yeah, she doesn't really have to worry about taking damage, and the goal here is to take hits until you start getting low, then get the shield on you, and then heal up using your spin to win.
Yeah, I will say that it's looking like maybe right now. I can't tell who has the better clear right now for rotating, but maybe I'd give it to Team Cynics with their Sylvanas KT. But we'll have to see what the last pick here is from Ascension.
Oh
And it
yeah,
is Charism, which is one of my favorite healer in the entire game and a very solid pick.
Yeah, I love Karazim. I have a buddy that plays him all the time, and he's just an excellent choice. And people always think they're gonna kill him, and then he ports out. He dashes out, and it is always funny to watch the enemy team just kind of give up and go back to where they,
And what
like go back to their base.
and the thing I love about Karazim too is that he's one of those heroes that like you are like if he's against you on the team, you're like having to wait for level 10, and you're just watching his talent choice because both of his ultimates are so viable.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. They definitely are. Especially since their other team has a couple of tankier heroes, ETC and Sonya. And the other thing is, as a Karazim, you can kill ETC while he's mosh pitting because he can't go anywhere. So you see him dive in, you know he's going to pop that mosh pit. You just press R and have fun while you seven-sided strike him while he's trying to mosh pit you.
And it makes you make those like split-second decisions, like because what you'll see in a lot of lower level games is, oh man, seven-sided strike is going out. We better all run away from our tank, but then that causes your tank to just kind of get melted. So it just kind of like, oh, do we run in, take a few hits for him, or are we going to put ourselves out of position and lose the fight? So,
yeah, I never understood why people run away from that to leave their tank in the front line. Like, if you're low on health, yeah, I get it. Get out of there. Because if one of those happens to hit you, then you're dead. But if there's 5 of us here and he seven-sided strikes us, only at best 2 of us are going to get hit twice. Like, as long as we're all relatively close in health. Like, everyone stay in it. It'll be fine. Like, yes, that's putting damage on us, but if we can capitalize on a kill while he's not there, because he's not healing. If he's striking, he's not healing.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Precisely.
That's exactly what I want their healer to do. Not be healing people.
Yeah, but I definitely love it too because not only that, but if you're playing if somebody is expending a lot of resources on you, can use seven-sided strike as an escape as well.
Oh yeah, I've seen that done as well, and it makes an excellent escape. Escape. Wow, I can't even talk today. So yeah, I mean, it makes you invulnerable for a small period of time. That's nice. Now you can't move while you're doing it, but it gives you either A, time for your allies to catch up, or B, it could put them low enough that they don't want to fight you anymore.
Yeah, I will say, I think for early game ganking, I mean, of course you got the Murd and Jaina combo here that's really strong, but ETC, KT, and Uther, like that's going to definitely be really strong. So it's going to be interesting to see who wins the rotational battle here.
Yeah, and that's true. We see a lot of rotations on this map, top and mid, quite a bit. Odds are they'll put Sylvanas bottom because that's the furthest away, just to kind of push. And from there on out, they'll just rotate. Teams will rotate and counter-rotate to get everything they can in. Just to make sure they get their stacks up and whatever they need. And I'm in the game, but you don't appear to be, so let me invite you in.
Okay, thank you very much.
You are very welcome, sir.
Okay, and I think that it's really going to be dependent. Who are they going to stick in the bottom lane versus Sylvanas? I think that's going to be key to determine how the rotations are going.
I want to say Falstad, unless Falstad goes for seasoned marksman at level 1, he will be in the bottom because he can't rotate quite as fast as everyone else.
Yeah, I can totally see that happening, but we will have to see.
Yep, and it looks like we are in the game, so let me get that up for you. And it also looks like my team names are not working. They worked beforehand, they're not working now. Not sure. So we will check on that in a minute. But until then, let's check on this game. What are you liking so far?
I'm loving this game in general right here. Both of these teams drafted really well, really smart for this map. So I think it's really just going to be a toss-up here. Though I'm going to say that I think ETC is just going to be really strong here and make a huge difference. So I'm going to say that that's really going to dictate the terms of the mosh pits here.
All right. Since you like ETC so much, you want to go ahead and announce that team?
Yes, no problem. So we have Hedgie on Sylvanas, Caleb Reese on ETC, Jirani on Uther, Zulf on Sonya, and Showtime on KT. So let's hope that he does put on a show if they want to win today.
Right. And on the other side, we have Revy playing Jaina, ultimated well, ultimated on Falstad, Shuppler on the Monk there, Jay playing Raynor, and Arovian on Muradin. We're calling him that.
Okay, it looks like they're just doing their standard thing here. Maybe seeing if they can get a pick mid, but it looks like they're going to rotate bottom.
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants to party bush. It's so
And
popular.
there go the towers. There goes the towers.
Yeah, but the other team looks like they're coming down to get a piece of the action here.
Yeah, it looks like they will push it off, but at that point, let's see if they get a kill here, which it doesn't look like. It looks like everybody's going to get away pretty safely. So they traded a tower, and they didn't get a kill, so you can see how that little bit of an early experience lead does go to Team Cynics.
Yeah, well, it's not, that's not really for the experience lead, right? Getting the tower, it's nice to have that experience boost at the beginning, but really it's so that your minions can push that lane safely later.
And there was the power of that ETC Uther combo as, he just goes down so quick there, just from stunts, even through his self-healing.
Yeah, and Raynor, of course, excellent self-healing. He didn't go for the increase at level 1, but he does still have it. So, he's taking a bunch of hits. Goes down really fast.
Yeah, and it does look like that they're just rotating between the top and middle lanes as is standard here. Uther does get stunned, does get Blizzard casted on him, but he does get away.
Maybe he's
Falstadd's
not.
being very aggressive here, but whew.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive Falstad play. You do not have a health pool high enough to really push a lane like that. Also, I found it interesting that they put Shuppler down at the bottom on the Monk instead of another character. Their only healer was not with him on the rotations.
Yeah, I definitely think that. I think they just kind of wanted to be aggressive here, and they said, well, you know what, Monk doesn't really add that much damage, and they're like, we really want to get these early kills on this map. But they might have, made a mistake on doing that because they don't really have that sustain compared to having Uther there.
Right. And Caleb Reese looks like he's a little out of position. His team isn't really here, and Sonya's a little hurt while the other team is at full health. Jaina is almost out of mana, though, so that could help them.
Oh, what is
team
Karazim
fights.
doing there?
He is dying. That's what he's doing. Or
Yeah, he was a little out of position there.
At least that's what it appears that he's doing.
But yeah, we'll see how they respond to that. It does look like they're going to send. They were maybe rotating, trading Falstad for him, but in the rotation between that, he got caught out.
Yeah, Jay looks like he's in trouble too. His self-healing goes off, but he still goes down.
Yeah.
Edgy coming up just in case they need a little bit of backup, but now she's going to go ahead and go back down.
Yeah, Team Cynics showing that they are not scared in this early game, and they're like, if you're going to come out and you're going to try to fight us, we are going to kill you.
Yeah, and I mean, they really have been putting on the pressure here, and Ascension just hasn't been able to capitalize on a whole lot.
Yeah, definitely Ascension is going to want to get some soak here and maybe try to be a little less aggressive on their side and try to catch up.
Right, well, and I'm a little concerned because Cynics, I think, has a better late-game team.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Of course, two of Ascension's characters did take Seasoned Marksman, so late game they're going to be pumping out tons of auto attack damage. But, until then, what are they going to do? How are they going to manage? I'm not quite sure.
Really, they're just going to have better usage of their ultimates and hope that they can really have, because Karazim does have a little bit more sustained healing than Uther has burst healing, but they're going to see what they can do. Caleb Reese does look like he's getting poked quite a bit. He's trying to run away here, but he does go down to Shupier. And Showtime is also in trouble, but he does get away. And in that, I did not see that, but Falstad did go down as well.
Hedgie decided that he was tired of Falstad's crap and just put him down. Put the bird out of its misery.
So there we go. We do have a little bit of maybe a turnaround here. Let's see.
More of a trade, but yeah, it helps them more than it helps the other team getting a kill. Even trades, of course, if you're behind, grant you more experience than anything else, than the other team rather. So that's helpful for Ascension.
Yeah, for sure. But, what Ascension is kind of lacking here, as Muradin does get stunned and he does try to get Gravity Last, but he does hop away, is that they need to really work on getting some tokens turned in here, because right now it's 25-0 in the turn-in department.
Yeah, it sure is. They already have half their stuff, Team Cynics. So, Muradin's sitting there with 24 coins. Shuppler on the Monk has 10 more. They have a lot of coins between them. Revi has 18 on Jaina, and Jaina's super squishy. If she goes down, they're in trouble.
Yeah, and it does look like, and in response was talking about that, Cynics just decides, we're just going to end that and we're just going to turn in ourselves here. So this is a very risky time for Ascension because, as we said, this map can snowball pretty wildly depending on how you handle these web weavers.
Yeah, the web weavers, of course, add a huge bonus to you. But Uther looks like he's in trouble. KT to the rescue, though, and Caleb Reese is there as well.
It's an excellent feeling, but they are really on the wrong side of the map there, and Kel'Thas does go down, as well as Caleb Reese is going to be taken down as well.
Yeah, I just want to be smashing on my M button right now. Back off, back off.
Yeah, exactly. Like they did manage to kind of dodge there, but then they kind of got out of position by doing it. And so it just goes to show you in this game, you have to react so fast sometimes that you think you get away, but you don't.
Yeah, and Caleb Reese, of course, went in to try and save Uther, but went in just a little too deep. He ended up power sliding right past the entire enemy team and into their back line where he was just stuck.
And now, look, I mean, they didn't get very much out of those web weavers, and we are about even on the EXP-wise.
Pretty much, yeah. So at this point, it looks like they're probably going to hit 10 about at the same time, but they really have to stop a turn-in from Ascension here.
Yes, they do, and they are definitely doing a great job of that. Wow, Falstad just immediately gets exploded when he gets caught out there.
Yeah, Caleb Reese looking low, but not low enough.
Yeah,
It only matters if you kill him.
Yeah, and that's the thing we were talking about with Falstad, is that you have to be really aggressive with playing him because his abilities are so short range and his auto attacks as well, but you have such a low health pool.
Yeah, he's a tricky character, that's for sure. But it makes him really fun, right?
Yeah, he's really fun because you just feel like you're playing in the danger zone.
Yeah, you're
KT
constantly...
does get stunned, Blizzard does go down KT. KT does look like getting away. However, the Monk does get stunned, but it does look like they're just trading damage here, but nobody's going to go down.
No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, Cynic should back off a little here. They're getting poked at. The other team their abilities are so much further ranged. KT, of course, an excellent mage, but super close range abilities there.
Yeah, and you think that they're going to want, it's tough on Ascension right now because they really want to get that turn in because, they don't want to fight whenever they're not level 10. But now that 10 did happen, they successfully they're going to have trouble turning in.
Oh, yeah, they're just kind of waiting for 10 themselves. What did ETC take? He has not taken a heroic yet.
Yeah, maybe playing a little bit of mind games with the opponent. I mean, I have not seen Stage Dive in a while, but we could maybe see Stage Dive, but most likely it's still going to be Mosh Pit. And yes, it does get chosen as Mosh Pit.
Yep, no reason not to.
I mean, it's just such a game-changing ability. If you can get important characters in that Mosh Pit, especially with Chain Bomb in your arsenal, say goodbye.
Yes, yeah, that's you're taking care of the entire enemy team all at once, for sure.
We have Hyperion, Avatar, Divine Palm, Water Elemental, and Mighty Gust going on Team Ascension.
Oops. Yeah, Water Elemental still really popular even after the nerfs it received a little while back. We've seen more Ring of Frost. People seem to like it a little better now, but wow, Mirrodin just got deleted there. So much damage going out.
Yeah, didn't even have time to pop his avatar. He just got stunned by ETC, stunned by KT, and just stunned by Uther, and there was just no chance at all.
Yep.
But, I totally can talk about in terms of Ring of Frost versus Water Elemental. On the bigger maps, I like Water Elemental because you can catch people out and you can slow them down and gank them. But, on these smaller maps, I really actually like Ring of Frost because there's a lot of tight quarters that you can cast it in and possibly catch some people in.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I think Ring of Frost in the long run is a better heroic than the Water Elemental. The Water Elemental is nice to have, of course. And Mirrodin getting destroyed yet again. Able to pop Avatar, though, but he's silenced now.
And then Gus does go out for the disengage, and now he's going back in. He's stunning Caleb Reese. Caleb Reese is running in. He does get the D-shield. Mirrodin is really low.
Oh!
Three-man mosh pit does go down, and it does look like Mirrodin's going down. Raynor's still dancing. Raynor goes down. Shupier goes down. And it looks like a gigantic win for Ascension here.
Yeah, they do lose 2. Maybe 3 here in a second. Hedgie is getting low. But they lose 2 people and they're able to still stay up with the rest of their team. And one of those being the healer. As long as you don't lose your healer, honestly, you're not that concerned.
But yeah, but the only bad thing here that we have is we look and we see that Jaina and Falstad both have just a lot of Sorry, we see that they do have enough almost for a turn in here, and that would be a really big blow to Ascension if they don't get a turn in at all.
Yeah, but it looks like KT's going to turn in. I think he's going to get it before Jaina at the bottom does. And yes, he does.
Yeah.
That always upsets me when I'm turning in and then all of a sudden I can't anymore because it takes me a second to realize what happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you're like, oh yeah, we got the turn. Wait, why are all these tokens still on me? Okay.
I don't understand what just happened. And then you realize, oh, we didn't get it, did we?
And that's right, folks. It's level 13, so you know what that means. It is the KT show with Chain Bomb.
Yeah, it sure is. Showtime, of course. On that, he's going to show you one hell of a performance with all those chain bombs, especially with Mosh Pit.
So yeah, they're going to want to defend here, but as we were stating, they just want to play it as safe as they possibly can because they have a ton of CC and a ton of damage right now. They are not on the same talent tier.
Yeah, that's true. They're a talent tier behind, and Revi getting really low. Monk having to heal her up, but somebody hits her again. Could be in trouble.
Oh wow, Monk does get stunned, gravity laps into the power slide, and does get deleted here.
Yeah, excellent placement on that Phoenix, by the way. Put there really to push Jaina off, but it ended up killing Monk, and that is going to be pretty much a team wipe. I think Falstad's
yeah,
still
and I
alive
think they're just
somewhere.
going to go for the win here because, I mean, the next person comes up in 8 seconds and it's Monk, and there's not much he can do with Divine Palm to stop this push. They do Mighty Gust does go out, but I mean, that's only going to stop them for a little bit of time. But Showtime is taking a bunch of damage. He does get de-shielded. It does look like they are getting focused, and maybe KT will go down. He does getting healed. Wow, all these heals going out are miraculous, and it doesn't matter. They're just going to end the game here.
That's the end of the game, yeah. Excellent push there. That was a very short game. We're looking at less than 12 minutes. There were, what, 2 turn-ins altogether?
Yeah, I mean, there was just... we talked about... It's obviously easy to talk about it when you're a caster and you're not playing the game, but we said, hey, you got to be careful there. You cannot get killed there because of the pushing power that they have with Sylvanas. And sure enough, they got caught out, they died, and it was just there was no way to stop that push there.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. And, I mean, when you have a team wipe like that on such a small map and your frontline defenses are already pretty much gone, it's really easy for the enemy team to come in and just destroy everything. I was a little surprised they went straight for the core, but they had plenty of damage to do it. It made sense for them, to do it. Sonya had just used her heroic, which means she's pumping out tons of damage, able to hit the core. Excuse me. Every time she hits it, her heroic lasts a little bit longer. KT, of course, already had level 13. Not as big of a deal against a core, but every time it explodes, it's doing damage to other people as well. Yeah, it was just excellent use of the Mosh Pit and all their other abilities on top of that to really, really force the enemy team to think about how they're playing, and they ended up winning because of it.
Yeah, I thought it was just key there. I mean, there was so much that happened in that fight that you have to kind of look at a replay, but they got the pick on Charism, and then they didn't just settle for that. The ETC saw that they could probably end the game there, and then he went and he moshed 2 of the heroes there too, and it was just... It just changed the game completely. And
those 2 heroes, arguably your most important. It's your front line, Mirrodin, and Jaina, who pumps out the most damage on your team. Especially since Raynor and Falstad never really got their season marksman stacks up that high. They just couldn't. They were too busy trying to save buildings and fight.
Yeah, and it's another thing that you see in this meta that maybe why Jaina has fallen off a little bit is that, as KT, you have the gravity laps to talent into, and you could, kind of peel for yourself. But as Jaina, when you get caught out, you're just kind of caught out until you can get ice block.
Yeah, well, and she has the slows, but it doesn't ever really feel like enough to be able to save yourself from that. What are her slow percentages? It is... So it slowing movement by 25%, which is great. Don't get me wrong. If you can cast that on a whole enemy team in the middle of a team fight, you're doing a great job. Like, you are doing well. Your team is going to have the upper hand there. They're going to have better positioning. They're going to be able to escape if they need to, chase if they need to, whatever they need to do. That's excellent. The problem being, if you get caught out by yourself, 25% is not enough for you to actually escape.
Yeah, that's totally correct. And, but the thing is that if you play safely and you have a great front line in front of you, Jaina can be almost your only damage and you can win a game.
Yeah, she's very powerful. She just needs you. You have to protect her. You have to make sure that at the end of the day, she is safe.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, maybe we could have replaced either Raynor or Falstad since they both do a lot of auto attack damage with maybe another front line, and that comp might have worked a little bit better in hindsight. But I thought they played it pretty well at the beginning. It's just that late game that it kind of snowballed out of control.
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, Falstad and Raynor both went for level 1 talents that they needed to build a lot of stacks to really do a whole lot of damage. They could have killed ETC pretty easily had they had the stacks to do it. The problem being, like we said earlier, they were so on the defensive all the time that they could not get their seasoned marksman up. They could not get the extra damage built up.
Yeah, and it seems like it's the ideal map to take season marksman because of the rotations, but we saw at the beginning they tried to get a little greedy there and get both of the people to get their season marksman stacks, but it ended up being a little too much, and they had their monk down bottom, and they tried to switch them up later, and then they got killed in the middle of switching, and it was just a big mess in the laning phase.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. So, sorry, I know I'm not looking at you guys. I'm trying to write something down real quick. We have our next teams ready already, and it looks like it's going to be Cynics, the team that we just saw dominate the last game, against RFS Gaming. And they're in the map draft, so let me put that on the screen for you. Hope that's it. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. I'm still trying to get used to my button combinations here.
For it. And as I say that, Towers of Doom is gone.
Yeah, we didn't hear what you said. Actually, Skype cut out. So.
Oh, I was gonna say Towers of the Doom was there, and then it just kind of gone. So.
Hey, guess what map we're on? You'll never guess, ever in a million years. No way you could ever figure it out.
Tomb of the Spider Queen.
That's okay. Everybody loves it. I know. It's a fun map to play. I enjoy playing on it. I just don't enjoy casting it.
Yeah, I
every
totally
game.
agree with you. So let's see. All right, let's see if we win. Oh no, we don't get to win. I was gonna say 3 times in a row, Zagara, Tyrande, but no, Kel'Thas ban does go out.
That would have been funny though.
And you know what? I don't see this very often. I don't see Kel'Thas actually ever get banned for the most part. Usually you go with the Tyrande.
There is the Tyrande ban though.
The ETC. Yeah, I hate playing around KT because of Chain Bomb. It makes the game like really annoying and feel different. So I can understand why people ban him.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so what do you think their first pick? Never mind, it's Zagara. Let's cut the crap, I guess.
Yeah. So are we gonna? The question is are we going to see ETC, Diablo, or Muradin? Because obviously, when you're at this stage of the game, when you're at second pick and you have 2 picks, I believe in this current meta, you definitely want one of them to be your main warrior because warriors are really strong. At least a small group of them are.
Yeah. I mean, unless you want to go a double bruiser kind of system, which is totally viable. Lots of teams do that, and it works well. You just have to be, in that mindset. You definitely need your first tank pretty early to guarantee that pick for you. You want a comfort pick there. Your frontliner needs to be somebody that your players are familiar with, comfortable with, and can play around.
Yeah, I totally agree because I mean, it's obviously you want to master as many warriors as you can, but you always have a pocket one that everybody is favorited. And hey, we do see a Jaina go out, so just when I say that, we have no KT, we do have Jaina go out, which is going to be interesting to see how RFS counters that.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if they need to counter it. Honestly, they do. Like, Jaina is one of those characters that it is hard to counter her, mainly because there's not really a lot of characters that directly beat her. So I'm not sure what they could do to really say, hey, we don't, you pick Jaina, we're going to pick this person so that you can't use her.
Yeah, I guess what I mean is we'll see if they'll go with the solo tank here, or if they're going to go with a double tank comp, or maybe even a Tassadar with their support. There's a many different comps, and I'm interested
Right.
to see what kind of comp they're going to run here.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
All right, Cynics and Uther goes out. Wow, so as I said that I thought it would be important to pick a warrior. They choose to go with one of the strongest supports in the game and one of the strongest damage dealers in the game.
Yeah, I mean, those are your top three that you need to pick up right away. You need to pick up your damage dealer, your main one, your warrior, and your support. And if you're worried about your support, the one that you want, really, really want, getting picked by the other team, or worse, banned by the other team, you have to pick it up right away. So I can understand why they went for Uther there. Maybe they're comfortable on a lot of different frontline tanks, not really concerned about which one they get, as long as they get, one of like maybe three or four. So on RFS gaming side, though, we see them pick up Joanna as their tank. So not any of the three you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, Johanna has kind of fallen out of the meta a little bit, but she's still really strong, and specifically on this map because she can clear waves really, really well, and that's one of the big things that you want on rotational maps like Tomb of the Spider Queen.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. But was that a Brightwing ban?
It was a Brightwing ban, and Brightwing does have the power to basically sit in one of the lanes that's not being pushed in too heavily and not being rotated. And you can really rotate down using your teleport and really get a bunch of big shields on people. So not maybe what you'd see a traditional ban, but maybe they've played each other in scrims or something and they know of a pocket strategy that we don't know about.
That's true. And RFS bans out ETC. They don't want that mosh pit anywhere near them, and for good reason. Mosh pit is scary. It is the heroic I think I like playing against the least. I don't mind getting stunned, but when an ETC jumps in and makes me dance, no, I've had it.
Yeah. And then, of course, once again on this map, as we've seen in all the times that it's been played, there's a Sylvanas. Just the pushing power that you can have with the web weavers is just astronomical if you're working together as a team.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because you can get in the top or bottom lane, and your team kind of crowd control for you. Just make a nice little buffer between you and the enemy team, and it just lets you just destroy everything, every building that you walk up to without any fear of reprisal.
Yeah, and obviously it gives you somebody who can potentially lane against Zagara. Not exactly win the lane against Zagara, but there's some builds that you can go with Sylvanas that allows you to at least survive the lane and not be pushed completely in.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, Zagara's laning ability has kind of fallen by the wayside. Lots of other characters do it better than her at this point, which is kind of unfortunate. But she has so much sustained damage in team fights, though, and the ability to pull people out of the fight with her maw, that it's kind of worth having a little bit less of a lane presence with her often.
Yeah, and we do see the Malfurion picked up by RFS Gaming, and they really do. If you, I remember whenever you were casting last time, they really did love to pick up the Malfurion Tassadar.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man. So I tried that comp later. I tried it on Monday, I think, with a buddy of mine. That is really strong. Turns out,
Yeah,
it pairs really well together. I don't think they can afford to do it here, though.
yeah, I can see that because I mean I wouldn't see where they would have. I feel like they need something with a little more damage here because
Nope,
nope,
they're
nope,
doing
they're gonna
it.
go for it. Yeah.
All right. I mean, it is a good. It is very good. I guess they're pretty confident that Raynor and Zagara can pump out the damage, which they both do. Um, but they both do it late game, right? So for Zagara, you're looking for your Mutalisk and your double Hunter Killers at 13 and 16 respectively to get the damage done. And for Raynor, you're relying on Seasoned Marksman. And there's another Sonya pick.
Yeah, so we're definitely seeing a lot of repeats here besides the Malfurion and Tassadar. So it's going to be interesting to see because, like you said, it's just going to take. It can be done with RFS Gaming Comp, and they have shown in the past how it works. It just takes really good focus fire.
Oh
So
yeah,
we're going to see how well they do that.
it definitely does. It definitely does.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that not only does it require good focus fire, but it requires you to get through Divine Shield as well.
Yeah, it definitely does. In Tassadar, of course, able to do quite a bit to kind of make sure that nothing happens there. The problem being that his shield's obviously not as good as Divine Shield. I'd rather be invulnerable than just have a little bit more of a health pool. But we have seen before that Tassadar on RFS, they play him, they will just spam his shield, just make it so that everything they do is every team fight they go into, they are at basically double their hit points, which is excellent for them. Yeah, so we're gonna try and get into the game real quick, and there you can see my lovely Jaina. The 25% I didn't think was good enough, but I should probably change that. Let's look at me in a chair for a second, shall we? Oh, he's back. Never mind. So I tried to show them your chair, but you showed up too quickly.
All right, so yeah, so who do you think won that draft in your opinion?
I don't know. I'm a huge Zagara fan. She's my highest level hero, and RFS has shown us that Malfurion Tassadar is amazing. So I really like that draft. But Cynics, I mean, last game they showed us that even with a draft that looks a little weird, they can just destroy things.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be definitely, I think this is going to be a treat for the viewers because we've seen how great RFS gaming is. I've scrimmed with Cynics before, and also I've just seen them play in the last match, and they're a really great team. So I think we're going to see a really solid game here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We definitely are. Cynics, of course, very aggressive. We've seen that time and time again. But RFS, they can be super aggressive too. And I've talked to them quite a bit. Their manager and I have chatted multiple times. And of course, you got put on a team and Hedgie got put in the spectator mode. So
all right, well, I know
we're going to fix that in a second.
Yeah, I know our viewers did not come to see me feed, so we'll kick me out of there really soon.
Nope. Wait.
Nope, it looks... I was
Wait,
looking to
stop.
the game.
Nice try. They need me. Hedgie's in the observer going, they need me.
Okay, yeah, so... That's not exactly how our free agent system works, so don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, it doesn't. Boy, even Caleb is like, no, we're not switching out for him. Sorry. Oh man, that was pretty funny. I mean, I could get Hedgie on here. I don't mind.
Yeah, I think you guys need to watch out who's putting their bets on Twitch right now, because whoever I'm on, their odds kind of fall astronomically. Because I only play Gazlo. That's the only hero I know how to play.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. Okay, we're good.
Okay, I think we're all good now.
Yes. Percival didn't even know what was going on. He's just like, I thought everyone was in. How was I supposed to know? No problem, man. No problem. So yeah, we're in finally, and we don't have a caster playing the game. Although that would be really fun if we hosted a tournament sometime that every team that we casted had to have us on opposite teams.
Yeah, you're hearing it here first. Casters of the Storm.
Casters of the Storm. Let's do it.
Coming soon, TM.
Oh man, yeah, that would be awesome. But it would be really bad production value though, because they'd only get to see my point of view. So I guess if I played Abathur, they could see a lot. But other than that,
Castathur, that's the new skin.
Yeah,
you get Abathur with a headset and everything like that.
It's just like a headset and a suit and tie. It's like holding a mic up. Yes, be awesome. All right.
But yeah, I'm really glad we're going to see just a great match here. Rainer on Sleepy Bear. Sleepy Bear being such a good Rainer player.
Oh yeah, well he's a great assassin player in general. We've seen time and time again Sleepy Bear has just destroyed the enemy team with assassins, and I just tried to right click to move again.
Okay, so I'll start off here by talking about RFS. We have Johanna, who's being controlled by Percival, Sleepy Bear on Rainer, as we just talked about, GS Needham on Tassadar, Panda Man Zeus on Zagara, not Chen like you would hope, and Ethics is on Malfurion.
Yep, and on the other team, we have Zolf playing Sonya again. Showtime on Jaina, Caleb Reese on Mirrodin, Hedgie playing Sylvanas, of course, and Jirani on Uther.
All right, and are we going to see the stereotypical thing? We have two really good teams, so I'm assuming we're going to see them go to opposite lanes and push towers. Now, here's an interesting thing here, though. The other team does, one of the teams does have Sylvanas, who can do it a little bit better.
Oh, yes. Definitely better. I mean, they can do it without fear of getting hit by the towers, which is excellent. Caleb Reese kind of out there, but able to jump away. No problem.
Yeah, and that's
there.
what you see right here. When two great teams happen like this, yeah, they will be aggressive, but their positioning to disengage is so great that they didn't really have to worry too much. But Caleb Reese is taking a lot of damage. He's going in, he's stunning into Johanna. Johanna's taking a lot of damage, but does she'll get away. So both of the tanks trading a little bit, but everybody seems to get out alive at this point.
Yep, sure does. And sorry about that, viewers, not switching to the game. I was still on our beautiful, beautiful faces.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. That's
But,
why why do you think I'm apologizing?
Because, well, you don't want to lie to them about the beautiful faces part. Come on now.
I mean, look, I'm just trying to keep my ego up. That's it.
Okay, so we just have the standard pushing rotational strategies here. We do have Zagara kind of left at bottom by herself and Sylvanas being at top. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Mirrodin's trying to go down there and do something about it, and Jirani's showing up, but, I mean, it's against a Zagara on creep. She's so fast.
Yeah, I really like this strategy, though, because instead they're saying, you know, we're not going to do the push mid and top and let Zagara dictate bottom. We're going to just switch between mid and bottom, so we make sure Zagara doesn't do anything.
Right. But quite a big team fight's going down, but they're just not able to keep up. Ethics is peeling, which is weird. Peeling with a Mirrodin, or with a Malfurion, rather.
No, I've seen him. He'll body block with Malfurion.
Oh, I
He
know.
is not scared of anything.
He's excellent at it, too.
He says that you better, if you're not afraid of trees, by the end of the game, you're going to be afraid of trees.
I mean, I was going to be afraid of people with antlers and wings, but, you know.
Okay,
To each their own, I guess.
Standard rotations going from middle to bottom here. Nobody really getting out of position. That's what you're going to see in a standard game versus really great teams.
Yeah, and Zagara's trying really hard to keep her creep up so that she can have vision on when people are showing up. But it's difficult sometimes when you have so many people walking over it, and especially until you get endless creep at level 7, you just don't have enough to hide it.
Woo, and Johanna does go down, and they're doing a great job about punishing Johanna when Johanna does go up a little bit and saying, you know what, I don't care that you have a shield, we're just going to damage you through it and kill you.
Yeah, and even with two support characters there, not able to keep the damage or the health pool up high enough to really keep her alive. She keeps getting knocked away and destroyed.
Yeah, but you know there was a death, but still keeping up experience-wise, so not a huge deal yet.
Right. It does help that every time they rotate top, Sylvanas really isn't able to do anything.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Zagara can poke at least, right? She's got the hunter killers. She can drop some roachlings on them. If nothing else, she can put a little bit of damage if she wants to.
Yeah, it's really like they're trying to just make the specialists kind of not really a factor until possibly the first Web Weavers come out.
Yeah, exactly. Once that happens, though, specialists will play a very important role.
Oh yeah, definitely.
For sure.
But right now, we're not even really seeing any turn-ins, and as I say that, it does look like they're going to turn in right now.
Yeah, you spoke too soon. Not
Wow,
enough,
yeah.
of course.
Not
Well,
really contesting it either, so it does look like Cynics is just going to get a free turn in here. Maybe not, because they don't have quite enough. And they have realized RFS is rotating to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, if Uther turns in as well, then they definitely have enough. But they really need him to turn in. And Caleb Reese has paused, so we'll see what that's all about. Mouse problem.
Okay, yeah. So I'm
Oh
assuming
man,
that
I
when
want to
he
tell him
says
to get a
that-
cat so bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm assuming when he says that he's not talking about rodent infestation, though. If there's quite a few of them on their keyboard, it can cause a problem.
Oh, I can't talk to them? Man.
Yeah.
Blizzard, fix that. Why can't we talk? Observers should be able to talk. Or at least set it up, like make it a setting, right? You know,
Yeah.
beforehand.
But hopefully that Caleb is able to just fix this problem up relatively soon so we can get back to game action for you guys. And also we would hate to see, a forfeit or something because of a mouse issue.
Yep.
Okay, he's going to relog.
Apparently he's having issues with the game and not his mouse. But, so yeah, we'll just sit here for a second.
Yeah, we could see that, in terms of like analyzing the game while we're sitting here, we have, blue team, which is, sorry, it's Cynics has the 1 kill going on right now, so they have the slight lead in kills. But really beyond that, it's been a relatively even game so far.
What? Alright. I'm not sure why we're choosing Pokemon, but I like Charmander better. I don't like the firefighting. Just not a fan.
Yeah, okay, I'm having a little bit of lag, but okay, we're back.
Yep, we have.
Torchic. But Torchic does turn into Blaziken, which Blaziken can kick your face off. So.
I know, but I'm just not a fan of the firefighting.
Alright, so back to the game. We have, maybe Jaina is being pretty forward, but she's getting healed up pretty well. They're just back to rotations again. One thing that just can suck sometimes about a pause is you just have to kind of get back into the mindset of where you are.
Right.
But one thing that will make it easier for Cynics is that they got web weavers.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry.
Ooh, Percival once again taking a ton of damage, but does get that Tassadar Shield and Malphot go on him, so he's completely fine.
So I just learned something. Apparently Tassadar can tap the well while dimensional shifting.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting thing, and Omeridon does go down here. What an expertly placed root there
Yes.
by Ethics.
Yeah, a good Malfurion is just going to hammer on the enemy team all day, and it's like, it's so little. You're like, oh, the root doesn't last very long, and it doesn't do much damage, but when it does go down, it can make a huge difference.
Yeah, and this meta, getting stunned that long, or getting rooted that long, goodbye.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can just follow that up with a stun, and that's it.
Yeah, and so we do see, once again, kind of echoing the last game, they did get web weavers, but they didn't do anything, so it wasn't a very big win for them.
Yeah, Cynics, of course, very good at defending against the web weavers. Joanna here is getting chased, but I'm not sure if they're going to chase under fort. Doesn't look like they are.
No, and interestingly enough, it looks like they are maneuvering. It looks like we had Zagara turn in bottom, so maybe they will maneuver for a turn in here. Percival's getting really deep here. Caleb Reese is going to jump out and really just baited Percival there.
Yeah, excellent plan though. Oh, Needham tried to get those tokens or gems there rather, and got really close, hit his dimensional shift, and did not pick him up.
Yeah, whoa, Caleb Reese is super low here, but
yeah, his ability to get in and get out alive has been fantastic this game.
Yeah, I mean, he has just been really great about using Muradin's trickiness and saying, hey, look, you got a kill on me. Wait a second, you don't, and now 2 of your people are dead.
Yeah, well, he knows the other team doesn't really have a whole lot of stuns. I imagine that Raynor is going to pick one up at level 16.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely going to be a huge deal to do.
Yeah, I don't
especially
see why
since they
he
have
wouldn't.
so much front line. Yeah, you're gonna want to pull off Sonya and Muradin for sure, and it does look like RFS does get a turn in here.
Yeah, they really need it. They need some counter pressure here. They need somewhere, right? It just needs to push out one of the lanes, and they are good to go. And with Cigar, if Sagara stays bottom, it doesn't look like she is.
No.
But if she helps push out a lane,
Now here's an interesting thing. What separates a top amateur team from a lower amateur team is the fact that, yes, they did get the kills on RFS, but look at that experience. It's almost dead even, so they've made up for that. And
yes,
they're
have.
going to hit 10 around the same level.
Yep.
Same time, I should say.
Right. They'll always hit 10 around the same level.
Yeah, usually speaking.
But yeah, there's 10. Everybody's got it. And this time it looks like we do have a Ring of Frost and Avatar. No Haymaker or...
Oh, Ring of Frost goes out. It does hit Tassadar, and Ethics is in trouble too as Sonya does take him out, and Raynor's trying to run away, and Sonya's taking a ton of damage. It does get queued by Raynor and gets pulled out. Caleb Reese trying to peel. Will he get out alive?
Hedgie
yes,
going down.
Whew. And it does look like that's going to be the end there, but Caleb Reese is kind of getting deep, but I'm assuming he has to jump to get out.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. Now the question is, does he have the mana? It looks like he does. It's coming back. But he didn't end up needing it. I thought Uther was going down as well, but he was able to heal himself as he left. You will notice that at bottom, the Web Weaver is already pushed through. That fort is gone. So the experience has turned around here.
And definitely, that's why I said one of the things that I do like Raynor is just when you hit level 10 and you get Hyperion, you're just able to safely push with these Web Weavers and get these towers and get these buildings so easy. And that's what ended up happening up here. And then that fight just kind of caused them to ignore bottom, and then bottom got taken as well.
Yeah, I mean, they just made the fight last so long that that Cynics couldn't ignore them. They had to keep fighting. And that meant that the Web Weaver said, hey, there's a building here, and now there's not.
And you just keep looking at these numbers here, and you think, man, Cynics is really taking the game to RFS, but then you just look at the buildings, and you look at the experience, and you're just seeing that it's just a very methodical game that RFS is playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're consistently doing more and more to push Cynics back. And it's just enough, really.
And Uther is getting really pressured really hard, but the root does not go down. You know, that interesting root that it doesn't instantly trigger when you put it down. It takes a little bit for it to activate.
And you'll probably notice that most people on RFS's side have a shield on them right now. It may be small, but just about everyone does. The only person that doesn't, in fact, is Tassadar.
Yeah, it's definitely a really good talent to prevent some of that initial burst damage that they might have to make sure that you can survive these fights. And Malf could get those hots off on you.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's basically guaranteeing that you're going into a fight with more hit points than what is fair.
Yes, and Caleb Reese is once again going deep, but he's going to jump out. Johanna is just kind of pressuring them out there. And you notice that when Johanna has to clear a wave, Johanna does go really deep out there, and that's what's led to a little bit of problems in the early game. But
yeah, a couple of kills on her early game because of that.
But Percival looks like he's going to try to turn in here, but going to get interrupted.
Yeah, Needham tried to stop them with a nice little force wall there, but not able to really keep them out.
Yeah, Force Wall, one of my favorite abilities, so versatile. Wow, Caleb Reese being so aggressive, jumping in, popping Avatar.
Wow,
And,
excellent, excellent on their part. Did you see the Ring of Frost go down and they just moved straight to the middle?
Yes, it was completely positive. And the Hedgie does get D-shield, maybe will get away, waiting for a heal from Uther to make sure that she can get away from this fight alive. Mutalisk is going out and is doing a ton of damage to Jaina, but it does look like Cynics will make it out with the positive side of that trade.
Yeah, and it's helped them catch up a little bit, but they're still on uneven talent tiers. They'll get 13 in a second, but they don't have it yet.
Yeah, and once the important things, like I said, you've got to manage your buildings and you got to manage your objectives, and you know, RFS just doing a tremendous job with that because look, you look at the token count right now, RFS is ahead. If you look at the building count, RFS is ahead.
Yeah, like kills, they're behind, but that's not all that matters in this game. As a matter of fact,
the great thing about Heroes of the Storm.
You can die a billion times, but if you at the end of the day you win the game, you won.
Exactly.
There's
Whether it
nothing
be a
for it.
backdoor strategy and you've lost every fight in the entire game, but you push that one push, you win. And that's the attitude that RFS is going, is saying, you know what, go ahead and win the team fights. We're going to just win the game.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple of games where, you know, matchmaking has decided that 3 specialists and 2 supports could go up against other, you know, two warriors, 2 assassins, and a support, and we just said, hey, we're gonna not team fight. Nobody team fight. As soon as the other team shows up, whatever you're doing, just run. And they would kill us. We ended up like 30-something kills to 1, and we ended up winning the game. So I'm happy with their strategy. I think it's gonna work out for them.
Yeah, definitely, especially as they get further and further along. You know, Raynor's just going to get stronger and stronger. And, I mean, at what point you have to ask yourself, does, you know, the team comp of Cynics pick up? And you have to see that it's kind of consistent throughout the entire game. There's not really any tremendously huge power spikes for all of their heroes.
Right. So
Maybe
what do you
Jaina at level 16.
What do you think? Piplup or Mudkip?
You know, well, I'm sorry. Mudkip is an internet star, so... I gotta go with the Mudkips.
Mudkip, he's grounded water after his first evolution. He is insanely strong. Super weak to grass, though. Yeah, don't fight grass with him. That's a problem.
Only duo starter in the game is Bulbasaur. What? Okay.
Yeah, because Bulbasaur is grass poison? I want to say?
I'm gonna admit I am not the Pokemon master, so...
Yeah, so I found an emulator on my phone. Actually, a coworker found an emulator and told me about it. And I've been playing Pokemon Red. It has taken over my life the last week and a half, so...
Wow, yeah.
It's kind of a
that's
problem.
Memories right there.
Yeah. Yeah, my childhood is coming back.
I don't know. Ethics is asking if chat is playing right now. They need to know about this game, but I think with the delay right here, they probably haven't seen the questions yet.
Yeah. So they'll see it eventually. I'll tell them afterwards. We'll see. I think people always forget that we have a 2-minute delay plus whatever OBS normally does.
All right,
which
now
is about
we are
30
back.
seconds.
And we are back with the Web Weavers coming in for RFS. So this is going to be the real turn here because they are ahead. They're level 14, level 13. And how will Cynics respond to this?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They really have to defend top or they're going to lose at least the wall. Maybe even a keep in the back line.
Yeah, I think at this point, though, they're thinking that there's no way they can go core. It would be reckless. So they're saying, let's defend both of the other lanes because, I mean, with Raynor having his ultimate...
That one?
There's no way. Yep, there it is. I mean, but now you know what they're saying? Let's defend a little bit and see if we can catch them out. Maybe a little bit different strategy than I think they should do, but... We'll
yeah, they have a
see how
lot
it
of
works out.
coins on them. If anyone dies, they're kind of in trouble for the next turn-in.
Yeah, Percival going in really deep, getting a stun on Caleb Reese, getting a stun on Sonya as well, but Sonya does get D-shield. The ring does go out. It does not hit anybody.
No,
Jaina
it did get Raynor.
Okay.
He was on the very edge, but he wasn't moving anyway, so...
Okay, and the Maw does go out, and it stops Sonya. Sonya does get away, though. Caleb Reese is jumping away. They're absolutely
Oh, Hedgie!
on how to disengage, but Hedgie does go down. Excellent disengage by Cynics, but Hedgie does get caught out, and that is going to allow them to be a little bit more aggressive. But it looks like the Web Weavers are going down, so they got...
I think they're going to
keep
go
out of it
boss.
and a kill. Yeah.
I don't see a reason why not to.
Yeah, I can agree with that, especially with they know exactly where the enemy team is here, and they know they're down one person, so they're just going to be aggressive about it.
Yeah, and there's all this creep. They can see that they're coming. They know where they're at.
The force wall denial does go down, but they're going to be aggressive here, and we're going to see they're going to push them off boss, I think. Percival's kind of sticking out a little bit too long there. Caleb Reese is going on Percival. They're kind of dueling here. Uther does go down. I honestly don't know what's going to happen here. Sonya's getting really low.
Caleb Reese was not able to get on the point, though. He got pushed off by Percival.
Wow.
And Jaina looks like she's going down, too. No healer left alive to keep her up. Caleb Reese also low, but able to dwarf toss himself to safety. He has 67 gems on him. But they may not matter. This boss push could be the game.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too, and that was just kind of poor right there because, you know, you either had to contest that boss and be confident that you could take it or not do it. And unfortunately at that point it was just, they tried really hard. They didn't get it done because the team was really split there and the boss was just able to get taken by RFS. And it's just not going to matter how many kills go in either direction. This is GG here, folks.
Yeah, that boss is at too high a health. That'll be the end of the game. Ring of Frost goes out one last time. Does not hit anybody. And there you have it. RFS is moving on.
Yep, and that was just a really, it was a lot closer game than that would indicate. It's just that RFS was just so methodical on their approach, so methodical on their attack, and there's a reason that the boss pits are always called the throw pits there.
Yep. I'm not sure what you mean by this. But that's okay. Somebody just said, to the casters, we were seeing all chat in real time for the most part. I mean, not from what I'm seeing. You guys are like 2.5 minutes behind me. But we'll see what you say. I asked you to explain. We'll see. So moving on from there. Yeah, that was a great game. It was really close. And like we said, early game, Cynics was just beaten away at, on RFS there. But RFS was saying, hey, it's all right. We're good. We'll take it slow. We'll get one section at a time. We'll just tear down their defenses slow and steady. No problem if we lose a couple of people here and there. And it was really low death counts, 10 to 8. That's not very many on either side.
Yeah, and that's what you're gonna see definitely in higher level games is that they know how much each death matters, especially in this game and on that map. That even though there's very little deaths, every death matters. The only difference is that they expended a lot of resources on the side of Cynics to get those kills, and they couldn't really capitalize on them. Whereas on the other side, we obviously saw when RFS got kills, they were able to get a tower or get a keep or get a boss. So it was just they were able to make value plays off of their picks.
Yeah, they were. And it looks like RFS is going to move on to play Team Higher Conscience. So we will see what happens there. I think. Hold on just a second, guys. Some confusion about the delay there. I mean, for us, the game just ended on the stream, but we've been done for, what's it been, 2.5, 3 minutes now?
Yeah, definitely. So there's definitely a delay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a delay. Well, yes, you see them at the same time, but that has been minutes since we have seen them. So, since it happened. That's of course to stop stream snipers from watching, coaches or friends watching another team play. Say, hey, they're at boss right now. Go get them. You can do this. Or there's only 2 of them at this place. Go gank them. Which really, really sucks when you're playing on a stream. I've had people do it against me, and it's kind of annoying. So that's why the delay is in there. And we are gonna get our next game here started in just a second, because I think we're going to end up watching RFS and Team Higher Conscience play again, because they are both apparently done and ready to go. And they should have the draft ready probably momentarily.
Yeah. I will say, I think that I see a lot in Twitch chat right now that people are like, game wasn't close or whatever like that, but really it just has to deal with. I really wish we were able to cast on different maps so far, because it's just that's the way the map works. Whenever you just get that one snowball kill, that's what happens, because both of those teams are very similarly skilled, and it was a lot closer than it looked at the very end there.
Yeah, of course. So that map, a lot of people had complaints about that map when it first came out, because they felt it was really snowbally. Now they made some changes to make it not feel that way as much, but it still is. That was a close game. Not a lot happened for one team, right? They didn't get a lot of buildings down or anything like that, but they were able to keep up for the most part in experience. They didn't end with 6 levels ahead or anything like that. They were just a few levels ahead, and they just happened to be able to push core with a boss, and that meant that they could win. So it can be close and still a one-sided victory, because you can have games where it takes, both teams are fighting well, it's just one team is slowly gaining an advantage. We didn't really see them steamroll them in 10 minutes, which I have had on that map, so that's kind of a problem. And we're waiting on Ethics to send us a new link for the draft. And as soon as we have that ready, we're going to get the draft started. And Ethics is probably going to make some excuse about how it's not his fault, because he's funny like that.
Yeah, he's definitely a really funny guy from what I could tell
Oh,
on
yeah.
Twitch chat.
Have you ever actually talked to him?
I have not.
Okay, he's a pretty entertaining guy, and he's always willing to just kind of accept whatever happens. He's kind of chill. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this game because Team Higher Consciousness has really been on the rise.
Yeah, they have.
I remember when I first saw them, and I was like, I wonder how far they get. And it seems like in these past two tournaments, they've made it pretty far into the later rounds.
Yeah, I mean they're a team that I think from what I've seen, I don't know. It feels like maybe they're not used to playing with each other quite yet, or maybe they make a call and not everyone hears it or is right on board or is available at the moment. Kind of little delays, things like that. But all teams have that, right? All teams got that one thing that they have to work on that they're still not good at. We see it even with pro teams. So they have definitely taken that. Um, they've definitely taken that and used and played to their advantages, which they are a solid team. They play well. They have the mechanics down very well. So they of course able to keep up with the what we would consider the top tier teams in this tournament.
Yeah, and I feel like coming from a team that was not the top tier of like the amateur teams, we got a lot better eventually. And the way we really feel like we got better is what you need to do is get over that hump is to beat a really good team like RFS. Like once
Yeah.
that
Oh yeah.
happens, you feel like you can get the monkey off your back because it ends up in these tournaments with so many people coming back. You end up getting eliminated by similar teams, and it just feels so bad. But they'll be looking. I think they'll be very hungry this game, and they'll definitely be looking to knock off RFS.
Yeah, definitely. And that's, it's a morale boost, right? You take down a team like RFS, who has consistently been one of the better teams that we've seen here. Um, and they've shown up quite often. They were here all last season. And, if you can knock them off, if you can say, hey, you know what? Here you go. We don't want you playing in this tournament anymore. We're going to just win this one and move on. It's pretty cool. And it looks like the draft has started. At least a map draft.
Map draft?
Yes. Oh, I didn't give you a link, did I? I am so very sorry.
It's okay, as long as maybe it
There you
won't
go.
be Tomb of the Spider Queen this time, but we'll have to see.
Well, so far, Tomb of the Spider Queen is still in the running. Um, so yeah, it's still in the running. Garden of Terror and Infernal Shrines are out so far, but we'll see what else they ban out.
Yeah, I definitely think that one of the rarest things that you'll ever see is, of course, Towers of Doom because it's relatively new, and Blackheart's Bay. Never really see that played too often too on the competitive scene.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. I really like that map. It's fun. The cannonballs add I think a new nuance, a new nuance. That doesn't sound good, but it adds some flavor to the map that other maps really don't have. But as you can see, it's out. So
Yeah,
sorry.
that's not surprising at all. And I would not be surprised to see that the next map that gets eliminated would be Towers of Doom. I think another map that I really like is Sky Temple, which just got banned because it requires a lot of skill to realize, like, hey, I want to give up this shrine. We want to get this shrine this time. Or maybe we want to trade this shrine for a boss. There's just a lot of different choices.
Yeah, exactly. There definitely are. Towers of Doom is out though. Dragonshire, Sky Temple, all out.
It looks like it's going to be another game of Cursed Hollow or Tomb of the Spider Queen, but I could be wrong. They might leave Battlefield up.
I would love to see a Battlefield of Eternity. I think that's a fun map, especially in competitive play, because people are very good at it, and I love seeing what great teams can do on that map.
Yeah, like for sure. But like I predicted here, it's going to be out, and Cursed Hollow and Tomb are in.
Well, okay, then I guess I'm rooting for Cursed Hollow.
Yep, let's go Cursed Hollow.
Yep.
Twitch chat,
And
please
yes!
channel your powers.
Woohoo!
Yep. Woo!
Victory!
Yes. Something that is not Spider Queen.
Yep.
A different map. You would think that at this point, we were playing a different game where there was only one map.
Yeah, yeah, you'd think so. Just we see it all the time. It's kind of unfortunate. It makes casting it a little boring because it's just the same thing over and over again. We can't, you get bored of talking about the map mechanics and those kinds of things. Of course, the games are all different. That's what makes it fun to play. But watching the same map over and over, especially when there's so many cool maps.
Yeah. And I think we're going to see here the thing that's going to make this interesting is now we get to see a completely different set of picks because this is a larger map. So you could definitely have like Brightwing is a pick that's picked before on this map because of their ability to get across the map. Falstad, of course, even though we have seen him once, and maybe even a Medic because I know we saw that last week.
Medevac. So looking at the picks and the bans, THC has banned out Kael'thas. That is Team Higher Conscience. They banned out Kael'thas and picked Zagara, which Zagara, of course, very solid hero. Absolute favorite of mine. And the vision is just so much. It's so worth it, especially with two bosses on the map. Being able to see what's going on at both of those places at the same time is excellent. But RFS, or as Inverum has said, the Red Flower Society, thanks Inverum for that clarification, has banned out Tyrande, Red Flower Society. That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, and we're going to see what happens here because we have our first pick Zagara because Zagara is just strong on any map, and Falstad, which, like I said, is a great mobile hero on this map because he can be at one place pushing until you need him to come and fly up.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you can wait around in a lane. You can soak a lane for that extra little bit of experience, and then fly to where you need to be.
But I'd imagine here they'll either take Uther or they'll take one of their choices of frontline character. Nope, it's a Rainer. So 2 damage dealers at their first 2 picks.
Yeah, it is. And both of which have access to Seasoned Marksman, which are highly picked talents for them.
Yeah, and we're gonna see how THC is gonna respond here, and see maybe they'll pick up the Uther here, or maybe we just won't have a healer being prioritized here. Maybe we'll see that Jaina being picked up here for the burst and a Muradin.
There you go. It was Jaina. I was gonna say I think they're gonna pick up a healer and their frontliner since they already have Zagara. They already have some damage, but yeah, you're right. Jaina right there, and probably I can see a Muradin. I don't know.
Definitely,
I'm a fan of Leoric on this map.
I could definitely see an ETC here because Amal setting up into a mosh pit, setting up into Jaina burst, could be a pretty sick combo here. But I could also see them just picking up a healer here as well.
Yeah, and there it is, Muradin. A stun into a blizzard is brutal, just absolutely brutal.
And we've seen Muradin be really successful on all these maps so far, and he's always just a really successful hero. Just a good, solid pick here. So now I think RFS has to decide if they want to ban out the Uther and maybe pick up a different healer here, or maybe they want to ban a healer and pick a healer here to limit THC's option.
Yeah, and they might consider it.
Or
no, banning out Sonya. All right, Sonya's a strong hero in general, so I can see why that decision was made.
Yeah, definitely. It's
okay. Wait, what?
Lost Vikings, and I understand that because Lost Vikings on this map are only second to Abathur in terms of soaking, and they could just get you really far ahead when you're getting those first 2 tributes. You don't even have to win them. But
that is true, but I'm not sure we've ever even seen RFS play Vikings. I could be wrong.
We haven't, but like I said, a lot of these teams end up scrimming each other, and they've had familiarity with each other.
That's true.
So maybe they've gotten beaten by Lost Vikings before, and they just didn't want that to happen. But I did talk about Abathur, and it'll be interesting to see if either of these teams have a person that's really great at playing Abathur.
Yeah, that could be interesting. I don't think RFS is going to go for it because that leaves them without a frontline warrior. Because they did pick up Uther and Thrall, so they have plenty of damage and burst healing there. So they really need somebody for the front line. But at this point they have their range of picks that they could choose from.
But Team Higher Consciousness with a Jaina that you can ultimate Evo, Abathur would actually be a pretty strong pick here, but it's gonna see. I don't know if they have a really as a good Abathur versus a not so good Abathur is just a completely different thing.
I was really hoping they picked up Kerrigan and Abathur and just Zerg stuff. Just go.
But yeah, no, it does look like there won't be an Abathur pick here because they do need a support character here.
Yeah. I mean, you can spec Abathur to help heal, but not enough to. Not in fight healing, right? He's the guy that he picks people up as they're running out of the fight. If you pick up regenerative microbes at level 1. But there's so many other good talents at that tier that it may not be worth it most of the time. So what do you think their healer's going to be here?
I think that I would assume it would be Karazim or Malf. But Morales, like I said, completely forgot about the mobility of Morales, and she's just super strong right now in general.
Yeah, and it gives them a counter to Falstad later in the game if they want it,
Yeah.
or they can just stim drone Vala and or Zagara and just watch the damage flow.
Yeah, and plus Karazim doesn't have the ability to poke people off tribute, where at least Morales has the grenade, so
That's
that's
true.
also another thing.
That is true. Karzim, if he wants to poke people off tribute, he is going all the way in.
And as there's the ETC last pick.
Yeah, again, another solid hero. That mosh pit is scary all the time. The only thing with ETC this time is he's gonna have to power slide past Mirrodin to get to the backline to mosh pit at all, because there's no reason for any of the other ones to even be up front. Anywhere close to up front, right? Because at level 4, Zagara can pick up Envenom Spines to increase her range. Jaina's abilities are fairly long range. Vala, her multi-shot's close, but everything else is fine. And Morales is just going to heal. So we'll see how ETC positions himself to get that mosh pit off in the back line.
Yeah, and it'll definitely be interesting because I mean they obviously have Muradin to interrupt. They have Zagara Ma that can interrupt, and even a Morales grenade can displace an ETC to ults. But as I've always said, Mosh is just part of what makes ETC good. Just the fact of a power slide into a knockback alone makes him an amazing hero in this meta.
Right, right. I definitely agree with you there. We saw that a lot last game, or not last game, the game before that, where ETC would just push people back, and they just get the kills, and it would be awesome. They just constantly getting kills for free, basically.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's going to be they have a really aggressive team on the side of RFS, but I'm not surprised about that.
It
And, of
seems
course,
like
Once again, Diabletes is being put.
they said they want you, so I guess you're. Calabunga says, no, you can have Insider as a caster, and we'll take Diabletes, and we'll just play the game.
Yeah, I
Hey,
guess
teach their
tonight,
own.
I'm popular, so watch out.
Apparently, apparently. Yeah, that was. I love these guys. They're always great. The community
Yes.
here is amazing. That's one thing we
Yeah.
definitely have going for us.
Yeah, and I definitely, that's if one thing you guys are watching, and if you haven't played because you're scared of how, people can be in a competitive environment, man, this is one of the best tournaments to play in because everybody is super friendly, and there's just no BM, and everybody's just super nice.
Oh yeah, definitely. No toxic players here, that's for sure. At least not that I've seen, I guess.
Well, I mean, Captain's not in the game, so.
I see how it is. I'm not toxic. I'm explosive.
It's like one of those things you say, I'm not toxic, everybody else is toxic.
Yeah.
I don't understand why I'm getting reported.
I'm not the idiot, they are.
Exactly.
It wasn't me. But yeah, no, it's really nice. It's really nice, actually. Gotta say, that's something I really enjoy about casting these matches is even outside the game, right? So you think in the game, people may just be being nice because they know they're being streamed, but even outside the game, people are cool. And although there is some crap talk going on here.
Yeah, friendly crap talk, of course.
Yeah, friendly. Alrighty, let's get you guys into the game. Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, it seems like there's the Twitch chat is getting a little bored because there's been no Gazlo picks or anything out of the norm. But people have made in the chat have also made a great point that it's just in this meta there's just a group of really strong heroes, and it's just something that we've gotten used to as casters of just seeing these heroes.
Yeah. So one of the players, Risenbane, I think he played last season in season 1, but I really hope he's mentioned they're coming back next season. I really hope they do, because I really want him to pick Gaslo again, because that game was awesome.
Yep, and alright, so we're going to start off here on the side of RFS. It's going to be Percival on ETC, Sleepy Bear on Falstad, GS Needham on Thrall, Panda Man Zeus on Raynor, and Ethics on Uther, not Malfurion this time.
And on the other side, on Team Higher Conscience, we have Justing on Muradin, Lerner on Medic there, Calabunga playing Vol, it looks like, Buds on Jaina, and Insider on Zagara. Bunch of Cloud9 mounts over here.
Yeah, supporting the NA scene here. Love it. Though I do love me some Bob Ross fan club. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But it looks like yes, we are going to have, especially on this large map, the meta is push towers until you die.
Or they die.
Now this is something I haven't seen very often, which is I've always wondered if teams will try to do this. Just try to see if you can stop these teams from doing this and get some early kills. So we have Percival, who does power slide, does try to just peel for his team here, and he will get away. Excellent use of the knockback here to make sure that they do not get any kills. So
right.
We do not see any. Well, they did get one tower up here, so they did get a slight advantage.
Yeah, well, and that's, like I said last game, is the advantage is more than just experience there. If the minion waves are pushed up to that lane, up to that wall, it's only one tower hitting them. That's half the ammo being expended, and not as many minions dying, which is great. It's excellent use of an early game advantage.
Yeah, and definitely on this map, we'll see the roaming will not be as huge prevalent. You won't be seeing it every second, but they will be meaningful roams.
Oh yes.
And also, it will also be like determining, when they're going to do merc camps for the tributes to spawn. So we'll just be paying attention to that.
Yeah, hopefully we'll notice this. Hopefully the teams will do it. But right before the first tribute spawns, they'll pick up a siege camp, try and get that extra lane advantage there. Just because if the tribute spawns in mid or on the opposite side, that gives them a huge advantage because the whole enemy team is up there dealing with tribute, and you have siege giants pushing a lane for free.
And we do look like we do have Thrall going down here, but I'm not sure exactly what he's going to be able to do. Okay, it looks like they're just kind of pressuring a little bit.
Yeah, I think they wanted Ethics to show up a little earlier so that they could stun Insider and get a kill out of it. Because anytime Zagara is not in her lane, that lane is going to even itself out.
And Captain is a prophet, as you can be seeing right now, because both teams are rotating to take those camps right now.
Yeah, it's an excellent advantage that they get. Unfortunately, they both decided to go for their bruiser camps, which means they are just going to push against each other instead of opposite lanes. So they may not get a whole lot done, although Medic is the only one in mid right now. Buds just showed up to help her out, but that could be a problem. They're already pushed back and their towers already have some ammo gone.
Alright, we do have the first tribute of the game spawning bottom, which has got some creep around it, so they'll be able to get a little bit of a vision advantage here.
And speed
Percival
advantage.
is a little out, but he looks like he knows what he's doing. But he is getting stunned, he's getting the Blizzard, which does have the increased radius, as you see. That's going to be key on these fights here around a concentrated area.
Oh yeah, definitely. One Chain Lightning is going to make Buds stop, but instead she gets a root.
Yep, and we do have Percival. He does go in. He does stun Jaina. Jaina does taking a lot of damage here, but she is getting healed up by Medic. And Sleepy Bear is taking a lot of damage. He does power roll away, but Percival
goes
does go
down.
And it does look like they do get the stun. Muradin does go, and he's going to get Sleepy Bear. No, Sleepy Bear escapes with the slimmest amount of health.
Yeah,
wow, what a
very
great
little.
heal and heal.
Meanwhile, Insider just stayed in lane. She's just pushing this thing down with that Zagara.
Wow, I did not even see that, yeah.
Yeah, just did not come out. Smart move, honestly. Gave them a lot of pressure down here. One of the towers is already out of ammunition and at half health. The other one is going to run out here shortly. It's excellent use of that Zagara there because the Zagara is close enough that if she needs to come up, she can, especially with the speed advantage she has on creep.
Yeah, and like not only that, they got the push on here, they got some ammo, some damage on this tower, and they got the tribute. So that is just a huge win right there for THC.
Yep, and another tribute is spawning. I always hate the spawn position because on one side can see the other side, and
Ooh,
I'm never on the side that has that.
Oh, Medic is getting ganked here, and
Yeah,
yes,
she
it looks like she's gonna get down. So that is a great pickup by them because now they do not have any healer. You're going to probably see THC probably rotate just to soak lanes because it's too risky to fight here.
Yeah, there's not really a reason to. They're gonna try and put some damage on, but Insider going down for it.
Yeah, that was, once again, like I said, it's just, if you want to poke, you got to make sure you're absolutely safe in doing it, and they said, no way, you're going to try to poke us, we're going to punish you, and we're going to get this and a kill.
Yep, sure did.
But as you can see, bottom is actually getting pushed in by these siege giants.
Right, so that's what I was saying earlier, is right before tribute spawns, you want to grab those siege giants because they will just push for free. Now, Sleepy Bear was down here trying to push, trying to kill them, push them back, but Jaina was also down here keeping Sleepy Bear away. So they got a little bit done, but not really a lot.
Yeah, so we do see an even tribute exchange here at the very beginning of the game, as well as an even experience division here. So it's pretty close so far.
Yeah, it sure is.
The question is, now that they do still have their siege giants available, are they going to go and take those?
Yeah, it looks like they're rotating over there right now. Ethics and Nita are getting on it. They want it right before the next tribute spawns. They're hoping to get those going, and they're also hoping that tribute is bottom. Because if it's not, they could be in trouble.
I believe but the first two tributes did spawn bottom, correct?
No, the second one was top. So the third one could be either side. But
Okay.
it looks like it is bottom. Inside are already creeping up, so
Yeah, it does look
getting
like
that vision.
THC has excellent position on this tribute right
That
here.
is
So
that is one heck of a party bush. Also, I'm not sure Insider is actually hit. There they go.
and Percival is kind of separated from the rest of his team right now, so he's going to have to back off, which is going to allow THC to be much more aggressive here.
Yeah, it definitely is. Hunter Killer and Roachling's going out just to pressure people. But somebody's got to pick up the tribute at some point. Justin is keeping that team out.
Yeah, Murden doing an impressive job of zoning, but Uther doing an even more impressive job of interrupting that. And Falstad going around for the flank, and he's going to dive over those trees to make sure he's not getting hit. Double stun goes out by Murden, but it looks like he's just going to zone them out here, and it does look like they're going to just back out.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to fight this. They want to poke, but they don't want to really die for it. They're behind. They don't have 10. They're going to get it soon, but they don't have it yet. So they kind of have to give this tribute up, or else they're going to lose some heroes. And that's always bad, losing heroes right after a tribute. But Fala getting caught out.
What a reaction by the team for Sleepy Bear to hear his team probably on comms tell him to fly up here so we can make sure we finish off this Vala and maybe get this boss as well.
Yeah, they are going boss. That's not something I expected out of them, but there's no one contesting this. I don't think the other team even knows what's going on. They're down here at bottom trying to take this fort down.
Well, yeah, they're hoping to get some sort of effective trade out of this, probably because they know by the time they could rotate there, it'd be a big problem. But they might be able to take their boss bottom, but it could be a little risky with tribute spawning.
No, so here's what I would do. I would give up the tribute and just take the boss. You don't need it. It's 1-2 right now. You're leading, right? Tribute's not a big deal at this point. You know they're up there waiting for it. But
Yeah,
the team has rotated.
Wow,
They're giving up the tribute anyway, and they didn't get boss. So I'm not sure this was the right call. I think I would have let boss go to get their boss instead, who is pushing keeps in the back line.
Yeah, precisely, and it does look like they're going to get the bottom boss as well, which is also going to put the pressure on them for when the next tribute spawns to maybe be able to let them get it very easily for Curse.
Yeah, they really need to go in there and deal with this. THC, they have to stop this boss quickly, or they could be in a lot of trouble when the next tribute spawns, like you said.
And once again, this is just the definition of what makes RFS so good that we've seen is just that they know exactly when to take the advantage and what they need to do instead of saying, a lot of teams are like, we need to do this, this, or that. They're like, they already know. They have the game plan planned out, and they know exactly where they need to go.
Yeah, they're well aware of what their options are before the game even starts.
Oh, and
Maw
with
goes out
Maw.
with nothing. It does zone, right? So Maw makes people stay out of the way. They can't move there. But I'm not sure that's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to take down this building, but it comes to the question of, are they going to be able to take the tribute? Because they're taking a ton of damage here.
Yeah, and boss is down. It's not like they have boss to, take the attention away from them.
Yeah, but I will say that none of the big ultimates have gone out. They still have Gus, they still have Mosh, and it does look like, wow, they're going to make sure that he does get avatared into Stim Drone, which is...
That's scary.
Yeah, Sleepy Bear is going to have to get de-shielded here, but Justin is actually getting really low on health here, and he does look like he's going to go down, but they're not really pressuring the DPS at all, and so Percival does go down, and it does look like they're going to lose Falstad as well.
Panda Man might go down as well. He is slowed, and a Blizzard comes out to finish him off. And they're chasing down the rest of the team, it looks like, but I'm not sure they should. They're all low on mana. They do have Curse, though. Finally picked up that tribute, their Mirrodin player.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a huge deal there, and that's what I told you. Like, you know, it was good to push with that boss and get that building, but they had to know that it was going to be really hard to win that fight when they were so low.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, most of them being at half health really hurt. Now, the other team is out of mana for the most part. I mean, a couple of people have some, but they're all very, very low. They're going to retreat, try and take down the mid keep, although they may not need help. Minions may do it themselves. Well,
yeah,
I guess
they're definitely trying to play it as safe as possible because they don't want to trade the advantage they just gained to another disadvantage.
Right, but they need to get a lot done here to really, really take advantage of the curse.
But it looks like you predicted earlier in the game when the draft was going on, Captain, is that they're having trouble getting to that back line, and they really focused that Mirrodin so hard, and they just let the DPS just go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not much they can do to get back there. ETC, I've yet to see him really dive for it. He will eventually, right, when he knows he can. He just hasn't felt confident because everyone's been at low health or half health during these team fights.
Yeah, you have to believe that they might want to get like a D-shield mosh pit off if they can, but really with the DPS putting so much pressure on Falstad, he's just had to blow it on Falstad during those fights.
Exactly.
But it does look like they're going to pick up their siege camp. I guess just to put some pressure on the map.
Yeah, they need some kind of counter pressure right now because pretty much everything's painted red except for the bosses rather. You know, they've lost most of their frontline defense, and their backline has even taken hits as well. So they need some kind of counter pressure, and they're not getting it with the bruiser camps. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure, and it does look like they do capture the bruiser here. And they're just going to have to push out all these lanes. And that's pretty much what Curse Hollow turns into at this point, is just waiting for those tributes to spawn again and then picking up camps along the way.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to come over here, just walk over here and get their siege camp as well. Jaina, I'm not sure where she's going. Probably to check boss. Boss is up in 25 seconds, or maybe to kill these siege golems, or yeah, siege giants at the top there.
Yeah, and THC has to be really careful here because as much as it seems like they're in control of the game right now, because they have 2 out of 3 on the side of RFS, all it takes is one team fight, one tribute, and then they could be completely on the other foot.
Yep, and we almost saw a team fight there, but Justin missed his Stormbolt. ETC moved to the last second to get out of the way of it, so nothing really erupting there. Just kind of hoping for another good fight.
Yeah, and RFS is hovering around as well as THC about thinking about this boss here and trying to protect this boss.
Yeah, and Jaina's caught out. She ice blocks though, and her team is able to catch up. Ring of Frost going down.
Mirrodin does get, he's getting stem droned again. Percival did get moshed, but he doesn't think he's going to get out. Percival's taking a lot of damage. He does get de-shielded. And it does, Falstad does do the Mighty Gust to disengage, and it does leave Mirrodin out alone, but he does dwarf jump away. Really close call on both sides for the teams, but they did manage to get away without killing anybody. And at least it looks like they'll be able to be in really good position for this tribute. On
yeah,
the side
lots of
THC.
heroics used up there though.
Yeah, Mosh Pit is still up, but really Percival's just taking so much damage when he goes in that he can't commit to a mosh.
No, he needs to be able to be shielded when he goes in there. And so far the shield has been consistently used to save people instead of guarantee a kill, you know, a bunch of kills there.
Yeah, but really smart play on the side of RFS, very methodical that they're like, hey, it's okay, they get one tribute, leave it alone, we'll try to regroup and see what we can do next, maybe catch them at boss, but it does look like THC is waiting for them to get the boss here too.
Yeah, and they know they're coming. Justin going out into the back line, having the dwarf toss out.
Oh, he dwarf tosses away. This might put everybody out of position here. He has to get back in here and defend, but Percival goes a little deep. He's taking a lot of damage. Mighty Gust goes out for this disengage. Justin is taking a lot of damage here. Doesn't look like he's going to go down, and it looks like they can turn this fight around. Sunring goes out, only hits the medic, but it looks like it's enough to really turn this fight.
Yeah, definitely enough there. They're going to have to run away there, and they're being chased by that Falstad. That's a scary thing when a giant parrot comes barrel rolling towards you. You don't want that to happen.
We all know how Sleepy Bear likes to chase. He will chase.
Oh yeah, he'll fly. He will fly into your base and kill you.
Ooh, this is kind of risky play here. They're low on mana here. Jaina's, wow, just really just did a very nice flank and almost just took out both Rainer and...
Another missed maul though. And Zagara has the stim drone. Man, that is tons of damage she is pumping out there.
Ooh, and yeah, no, Ethics does go down. Panda Man Zeus is going on there. He's trying to get out, but he's getting out of there. Sleepy Bear as well, disengaging. Percival managed to get out thanks to a D shield. But they did get the boss there, and he moshed, but he missed everyone, and now he's going to just get taken out there. I don't know why he's going back in. Wow, he's actually going to live somehow.
Justin is back, though, and gets a Storm Bolt on Panda Man Zeus. This could be it for him. And
yes,
it
he's
is.
gone.
And Lerner is the one chasing down Percival.
Yes, he is just saying, I'm going to get you, Percival. But Percival's like, no, I'm okay.
Yeah, it's weird when you start seeing a medic chase down an ETC there. It's usually not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, that was a weird change of positions there. There was just an excellent flank on the Jaina there that did a ton of damage. And then from there on, it was just, I thought some people just went in when they shouldn't have went in. And I don't know, RFS just needs to, I think they can get it together and do something because they still have 2 out of 3 tributes. But they really need to respond here, maybe try to put some pressure on the map.
Yeah, they need some map pressure, and that's what they're doing. They're taking up their bruiser camps right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they rotated down to boss, at least to check. Justin looks like he's checking. He does see them there. The rest of his team is pretty much here. He's willing to commit to this fight.
Yeah, they're ready to, and I think that we still have Mosh. Do we still have Mosh Pit available? I believe.
Yeah, it's still available. Almost all the heroics are up. In about a second, all heroics will be up. But they're gonna get this. They're gonna get this other boss camp again.
Yeah, and I just have a feeling, man, that we haven't seen a mosh yet, and when we see that mosh, I think that's gonna change the game. Or if we don't see one, that's gonna be the end of the game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Insider's trying to use her roachlings to just get vision there. Mirrodin gets rooted. That was actually a good call on Needham's part.
Yeah, Percival's just really getting poked out here, and that's been the story of the game here. He hasn't been able to get aggressive because he just loses half his health by the time he gets to the team.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Wow, Stim Drone murdered once again. Oh, Mosh Pit is finally going out. He does get 3 people in it, but he does get Mod, and that's what we said. If he didn't get the D-Shield, that was going to happen, but it doesn't matter. Jaina does go down. ETC does go down. Parrot does get D-Shielded, but it doesn't look like he's going to just use his Gust to disengage here.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of has to. They're down 2. Lerner, though, awfully low, trying to keep everybody up.
Yeah, and Thrall got a little too aggressive there, just trying to keep them off because he didn't want him to get cursed and did end up getting picked there. Just being a little too ham.
Yeah, meanwhile, this boss is just kind of doing work back here. Vala's here to try and take it on, and Lerner showed up as well, so they'll probably get it down before that building goes down. But
yeah.
all the other lanes are going to get pushed very hard here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you here, and THC is really taking it to the defending champs of NexVerse here.
Oh yeah, they are. Which, this is exactly what we wanted, though, and this is exactly what we said they needed during the draft. We said they need to beat a team like this. They need to come out guns blazing and just say, hey, we can fight reigning champs and we can be competitive.
Yeah, I mean, it's setting up some real good storylines if they're both going to be in the finals next week. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going down here. They want this bottom key. It's been at half health for a while. It's time to take it. And they are just going in.
And they do get it very easily.
And the tower as well.
Now.
Yeah, that ETC not getting the mosh off on Insider when he got everyone else really, really turned that fight around.
Yeah, and like I said, they're successfully punishing ETC's one weak aspect, which is that he's very weak to poke, and they're just making sure to poke them so he cannot just be aggressive.
Yeah, and it's working out for him so far. I bet they get bruisers here. They'll go bruisers, and then by the time they finish bruisers up, boss might be available. It's only got 45 seconds left, and they're about to hit 20 as well.
Yes, that's going to be a huge deal here because at level 20, we're going to see it's just a huge talent tier to be behind. So RFS is definitely want to try to get it before they fight again.
Yep, and we got 3 blinks, a hardened shield, and is that KDS Reactor 2.0? Sure is.
It is. You gotta love it. And it looks like they're going to try to pressure middle here too, as well. They just want to pressure, I think, while they have the advantage. But I don't think they'll get too greedy here because they're well aware of what happened.
Yeah, they can't really afford to. Fighting under the tower or under keep is harmful, especially
Yeah, he's getting hungry here. You could see him positioning to see if he can
He
ult
wants it. He wants it so bad, but he knows he has to get Insider with it. If he doesn't, he's out of luck.
Yeah, but even then, he's just trying to do his best because if he doesn't get Lerner there, Lerner's just going to throw a grenade at him, and that's the end of it. It's such a tough time to get a really good mosh against this comp.
That's true. That's true. They have done a very good job of making sure he can't get anything done. And the thing is, if he doesn't, the only person he can afford to not hit is Mirrodin, really, because Mirrodin tends to dive deep. If he doesn't hit Jaina, he's going to take tons of damage. And same thing with Vala. Vala will just auto-attack him to death.
Yeah, and you can just see that THC is just slightly ahead on rotations right now, and they do get that boss, which is going to be a huge deal. But they have to make a tough decision here. Do you want to just keep damaging this boss, and since they won't give up a tribute here? I think that's the wise decision. I think that's what they're going to do.
I think ETC is going to poke a little. Maybe not. He has decided to turn around. Yeah, they just kind of have to get the boss. He does get rooted, though. Walked right through the root for no reason.
Yeah, and we see that it's great that, yeah, you can see how for the people who are just learning the game or just starting
I think I lost you there.
off on this, sorry about that. But yeah, that attack moving that Panda Man Zeus is doing is just a huge deal to make sure that he's doing as much damage as he can to that boss while it's traveling.
Oh, yeah. Yep. The stutter stepping is very important. It looks like this bottom boss is going to be up in about 5 seconds here.
Yeah, I bet Percival's almost wondering now, even though you would probably never see it in this meta, man, maybe I almost should have taken a stage dive here. But
yeah, I mean, it would help him get in there. The problem is, with stage dive, he doesn't need to get in there.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a conundrum for him right now, and we know how great of a player he is, so it must be really frustrating for him right now.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
And they are just waiting for Frustrated to just get overextended here.
Yeah, he's kind of out by himself. If they'd have dove in, they could have gotten him.
Yeah, they were just really trying to scope it out. And there is the tribute, and this is the hard decision here. Do they rotate to the tribute, get it, so they can get cursed, or do they give up the boss?
Yeah, it is a hard decision. I think they stay and get boss. One more tribute isn't going to make a difference for THC. They don't get anything out of it. But ETC does get stunned, and he is going... there's a mosh pit, but
There's
it's
D-Shield
only...
mosh pit, but it's only on Medic.
Yep, and he gets mauled anyway.
Yes, and it does look like Insider is taking a ton of damage, but he does use the stem drone so Insider can disengage, and he heals up Insider. What a play! That's what's going on Muradin, but Muradin has to back out here. And it looks like that RFS is out of options here, and Sleepy Bear is going to go down. No, Sleepy Bear does get away.
Ethics is really close too, but a Sundering comes out from Needham and make sure he lives through that. Mutalisk flying all over the place. Roachling's coming in. Ethics getting low again. May not make this one. Oh, an aggressive bolt by Insider. Guarantees the kill. Another mosh pit comes out. Well, I guess that's not mosh pit because he's dead. But, you know, his level 20 heroic, I've forgotten the name of it. Death Metal, that's what it is. Mosh pit on death. But they kill Uther again.
And THC smells the victory, but they're getting a little greedy here, honestly, though. They want this win.
Jaina run! They
but
killed
Jaina's
Jaina.
Gonna go down because of it. And they just do get disengaged by the Mighty Gust here, the level 20 ultimate, which will continue to blow here.
Yeah, it lasts forever. And they just have to kind of back off. But it's a good time for them to go get tribute.
Yeah, I totally
RFS
agree.
is too busy cleaning up their base to do anything about it. They can't go contest. They're too down. They'll never win that team fight. So they have to clean up. That tribute is gotten. The next tribute could secure the victory for THC here.
Yeah, it definitely could. This is just the nail-biting game here because, like I said, this game can just turn around. If they were to just get boss or a curse here, RFS is not out of this game.
All they need is one good team fight. If they get one good team fight and wipe the enemy team, they win.
Yeah, they finally got what I've been calling for, which was the D-Shield mosh pit, but they only got the medic there, and his team wasn't in position to really do any damage to her.
Yeah, no, it was just they were being chased off, and that's what they had. You mentioned earlier that stutter stepping, the attack move. We just saw Sleepy Bear doing an excellent job of that against minions. In case anyone is curious about how that works.
Yeah, and it looks like once again They're just positioning. It's one thing at Percival versus the entire enemy team in positioning for this boss, just fighting for vision. But he's going to get caught out by Justin. He's going to get stunned, but he's going to power slide away. Justin doesn't really have another stun for him, so he's going to get away.
Yeah,
And,
but they have to fight this tribute.
They do, and Murden honestly just used his ult there, so if they can get there in time and contest this, maybe they can do something. But they are really out of position here, and they have a really good position on the side of THC.
Needham is kind of in a bad spot, but his team is able to catch up real quick to help him out.
Jaina's channeling right now.
Oh, excellent on Percival's part, but he's going down for it, I think.
Oh, and he does get... But the anti-synergy as Falstad does blow the Jaina out of the mosh pit.
Yeah, that hurts. Percival and Needham still going deep, trying to get Lerner here. I don't think they're going to get it. I think they're going to die for this.
They're chasing the medic, and Percival's going to go down for it. I mean, they're alone here, but I'm surprised he's still somehow alive here. But he's going to get the mosh pit off because of death metal, and Ethics is going on for the stun, and Lerner might go down from Raynor, but does trigger its own trauma.
And Falstad and Ethics are both down. There's Panaman Zeus, and I'm not sure if enough time has passed for Uther to come back alive, and no, it has not. Thrall is the only one left. He is backing right now, but Justin just found him. He's going to get killed here by the towers, and this is going to be game.
Yeah,
Everyone is just collapsing on the core right now.
Wow, what a game by THC.
Oh, yeah.
They played this comp to perfection, staying out of mosh pits, making sure they've correctly positioned, and they take it to RFS in somewhat of an upset.
Yeah, I mean, we knew THC was good, right? Like, we've seen them play. We knew they were good, but RFS has been consistently doing well, winning. You know, they won last season, and they did. I think did they play first season? I don't remember, but it's been a little while since then. But yeah, they've done a great job of taking it to other teams, showing other teams that, hey, we're the best. And then THC comes along and says, no. You may be the best, but we're going to beat you.
Yeah, and I thought that was maybe this is what they need, though, because they came in after a long hiatus last week and won the tourney. Maybe they were thinking, hey, you know what, we got this no matter what. Like, we're the team to beat. And maybe this will be the kick in the pants for them to get even stronger.
Could be. It definitely could be. And it looks like we are on to our final matches, guys. So we're going to get those ready for you. But what'd you think of the game? The ETC not being able to mosh pit anybody really hurt.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and the thing was there is, you could say it was a great job of counter drafting by, THC, but ETC was last pick there. So,
yeah. I don't know if maybe they just thought they were going to get off the D shield and the mosh pits more often. But Percival never felt like he hit the right spot. He was always positioning, always looking for an opening, but never found one. It doesn't seem like
they seem like they were just playing in a weird way of just being scared about the burst damage that they had and all the CC because really what we've seen, what a lot of in the pro scene with this kind of comp that they had is you'd have a fall stat aggressively gust behind the enemy and then have that set up the ETC mosh, especially like in close quarters, but they never really got that off. Like, it would just be Percival going into the team and just getting poked down until he was so low that even if he did get a successful mosh off, if it wasn't on all 5 people, he was going down.
Yeah, exactly. And like I think that's why he picked up death metal at the end there, knowing full well that, hey, odds are I'm gonna get killed again, but if I can mosh when I die and just and actually turn a team fight around by being dead, then I'll do it, right? Because he's often in good positions when he died, but never able to mosh, never able to do anything about it.
Yeah, and to me, I played a lot of ETC, is one of my favorite heroes. That death mosh is a huge ability if you can actually get in a really good position when you die, because it's just like it's an uncounterable mosh pit.
Yeah. I mean, what do? You maul him? No, you can't. He's a ghost.
But by the time he did it, it was just too late, because he never really got into the position that he could be aggressive. They just took it to him already, and it was just he couldn't get aggressive anymore.
Yeah, that's true. I'd like to point out that Ethics is being super cool about this in Twitch chat. He's just like, oh, our Achilles heel, we just can't seem to beat him. Again, the community here is awesome. If you guys want to get involved, you can't this season because next week is our last tournament of the season. It is our big final, I think it's final 8. our play for money and prizes. But next season we'll have that information put in the Twitch chat. So yeah, Sweet Beeps will put that in there, or Royal, somebody, one of our admins will put that in there for you as soon as they hear me talking about it. And you guys can go get signed up. You can bring a team of 5 or 6 or 7 if you have some available people that you want to have as backups. Or you can sign up as free agents. We actually had, I think, 3 free agent teams this week, which is insane. Yes, so you can sign up as free agents. We'll throw you together in a team, or if another team is looking for a person or two, maybe they know somebody's sick or whatever, they can pull out of the free agents as well. And we'd love to get you involved. And you can find all that at randomcs.com.
Yeah, definitely. It's I'm speaking from experience as a person that's competed in this tournament before. Amazing tournament, amazing staff, just amazing everything. It's a great way to get onto the scene, make a name for yourself, and just to have a lot of fun.
Right.
It's competitive, but at the same time, like everybody respects everybody. So don't feel that you're not at the level to doing things because it's just a fun atmosphere.
It sure is. And we've had some teams that were like, we've had some pro teams show up. We've had some pro players show up on other teams, not necessarily their pro team, but and it's always cool to watch them interact in another way, right? So we're used to seeing them on the big stage. We're used to seeing them, being casted by Kubi and Gillyweed and Forecourt Jester and all of them, and then they show up here and we get to cast them, and like that's super cool for us, and you guys get to watch them in a more amateur area. And we've had those people lose before and not make it to the finals. We've also had teams that started out here and then went pro, and that's awesome. We love to see that. We know we're a more amateur tournament setup, so if you can start here and then make it to the big leagues from here, good on you guys, and we love that. We'd love to have you in here.
Yeah, and it looks like now we're just waiting for the final drafts to be put up, correct?
Yep, and it looks like it is going to be Team Higher Conscience against King of Blades Alpha for the finals. So as soon as they get me their draft, we will have that up on the screen for you. But until then, we're going to talk about what heroes we want to see in Heroes of the Storm. I'm putting you on the spot. Enjoy.
Oh, wow. What heroes would I like to see in Heroes of the Storm? Well, me personally, I would love to see like some more Diablo heroes in here. Like, I was a big player of I like playing Wizard, so I hope at one point or another they're going to put the Wizard in here.
All right.
Some sort of a character. Mephisto.
That would be cool.
Yeah, just some of the other characters as well, but, I'm not... Also, I know that a lot of people are talking about having the real KT in here, Kel'Thuzad.
Oh, yeah. I was like, what do you mean the real KT? Duh. I knew that.
But what about you?
Honestly, I was super excited when they put a Dryad in here. Because I used to play Warcraft 3 all the time, and there was a game mode that I always played a Dryad in, and I thought it was just neat. It turns out I'm not very good at her, but that was like my big one that I wanted in here. But I want some kind of shapeshifter that when they shapeshift, lots of things change. I'm not sure who that would be. So they put in the Worgen, right? They put in Greymane, and when he shapeshifts, his abilities change. But really nothing else. He's not really any faster. He's not any stronger. Like, stats don't change. There's nothing. There's no real advantages to it besides your abilities are different, and he does cleave damage. So I want like maybe a druid that shapeshifts. Maybe it's timed. I don't know. Something like that. But as far as individual heroes, I really don't know. I couldn't give you a name. I was excited when they put Rexar in. That's awesome. Maybe Vol'jin. Waiting on him.
Yeah, maybe Twitch chat. Maybe you guys could talk to us about some of the heroes you want to see in Heroes of the Storm. So when we see that, but I think also, of course, if I say it, everybody immediately gets excited or salty, depending on it. But anything from Overwatch.
Yes. My problem with Overwatch heroes is changing them to a MOBA setup is going to be difficult. Now, we know that... who is...
Tracer?
Tracer, yes, thank you. I was like, the small British one.
The small British one.
She is. She's small and she's British. What do you want from me? Um, the small British one, Tracer. She's coming in here supposedly when that game launches. She will be the new hero for Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah, I think it'd be funny to have Reinhardt because he'd be like this huge guy with
Oh,
a
yeah.
shield running around. I just would like to see how they translate that into the game, like if he could block like skill shots or something like that.
That would be cool. Also, he'd have to have a pretty big body, right? A pretty big hitbox.
Yeah, he'd be the best body blocker. Not of course doubting Diablo or Asmodean, who are probably the best in the game. I think I could be mistaken.
Um, I don't know. I have seen. It kind of depends on who's playing them. Because like Leoric can be a really good body blocker too, right? Because he can just move in front of you and slow you down. But Muradin in Avatar form has a pretty big hitbox as well. Slows them down. But yeah, Diablo and Asmodean definitely can clog up entire lanes if they want to.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave you to talk about some things for a little bit. I'll be right back.
Alrighty, cool. So I'm gonna talk about. I don't know yet. I haven't figured that out. He kind of put me on the spot here. But let's talk about Hero League. So I've been playing a lot of Hero League lately. It's really fun, right? But it's also kind of frustrating. And I think everyone can agree with me here that it's kind of frustrating. Because you never seem to go anywhere once you get placed. Like, maybe a little bit, and if you play a lot, you can. But other than that, you can't really go anywhere. Now, good news is, Blizzard has said that they are working on it. Bad news is, they've been saying that for a long, long time. So we'll see about how that goes. Meanwhile, we already mentioned the RandomCS stuff. You can go there. You can also find our tournament stuff on Battlefy, and I'm sure there will be links in the Twitch chat for that too. And that will be in a couple of weeks. Next week, of course, is our grand tournament. Top 8 teams from this season will be playing in an all-out brawl to see who is the best this season and to win money, in-game money, and I think gift cards as well. I'm going to have to, don't quote me on that, but Sweet Beeps will be happy to correct me, I'm sure. Welcome back.
It's good to be back. So how are we doing on the status of the draft here?
We are waiting on a link. They're still getting into the draft. It takes a few minutes afterwards. So, yeah, I talked about Hero League and how frustrating that can be. And I talked about Battlefy and how nice it is to have a system that actually works for our tournaments.
Oh, man. Someone in Twitch chat recommended that we should have Deckard Cain, but I think we had enough Deckard Cain when Goblins came around.
Well, here's the thing about Deckard Cain, right? He'd be a cool hero, but I have no idea how they're going to do it. Also, about Deckard Cain, I think he's the bad guy in all of Diablo games. I don't think he's the good guy that helps you. I think he is really the king of the underworld, right? So everyone's like, oh, well, Diablo is. Well, no, not really. I think this is like Diablo's dad or long-lost grandfather or something stupid like that. They'll come up with it eventually. But he's the bad guy. Why do you think he's always around when bad stuff happens?
Yeah, I know.
He's just testing the defenses of the planet. That's it. That's all he's doing.
Yeah, and a lot of people had said that also. I know a lot of Hearthstone characters of some sort, like the Innkeeper or something like that.
Oh, that would be neat. Somebody's saying Harrison Jones. That would be interesting. He is in Heroes of the Storm. He's not a playable character, but you can see him on Tomb of the Spider Queen. We've been on that map a lot. You can find him on Tomb of the Spider Queen. There is an Easter egg in there with him stealing a spider token, I guess. I don't know, a spider gem. And then you can also see him on Sky Temple. He comes out of one of the wells, if you click on something a certain number of times. He comes out of one of the wells with the spider token and then leaves.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just so many heroes that Blizzard can introduce that they have a long way to go on like how big they want this roster to get.
Yeah, they have a long way to go. I did notice the other day, I don't know why it caught my eye, but there are 10, or not 10, I think 8 current openings for heroes in the game. Now I have to check this because I feel dumb. Yeah, 8. There are 8 current openings for heroes in the game, and they usually don't do that unless they already have them planned. So I think they know. I think they're planning on finishing up the heroes that they have planned, right? Probably,
Yeah.
I imagine Tracer will be like the third one, probably coming out. Yeah, we'll have 2 before her. They'll finish up that row, and then the official season will start.
Yeah, I've been waiting for season to start for quite a bit of time, but I know they're trying to work out all the kinks. They need the bans, obviously, and they want the Heroes game, I think, to be in a really great place.
Yeah, well, and they do. They need it to be kind of solid because Activision Blizzard just bought out MLG. In case you didn't know that. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that Blizzard, the development section, has any say on what's going to happen, but Activision Blizzard now owns MLG, so I bet we see Heroes of the Storm added to the roster of games that they play.
Yeah, I would not doubt it. But I know for a fact that they just everybody really, I think, is going to be really happy whenever bans come out. I think they're going to be whenever that happens. I think you'll see the game population, and especially in Hero League, increase by a ton.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Bans would be really helpful. We do have the draft going here. You can see they are drafting their maps, and Tomb of the Spider Queen is out. Oh, thank God. Yes. Sorry, I got really excited.
Yeah, can you send me a link for that?
I did. I just did. Did you not get it?
It was a link to the old draft. RFS versus THC.
I know I maybe. Thanks, computer, making me feel dumb. But okay, we're all good. So we're down to Cursed Hollow, Dragonshire, and Sky Temple. Hopefully we don't get Cursed Hollow again. I mean, I don't really care as long as it's not Tomb of the Spider Queen. I'd like to see a Sky Temple, though. I think that would be interesting.
Yeah, I would love to see some Sky Temple myself.
And we're down to the last 10 seconds. And King of Blades Alpha has the last pick. And it is Sky Temple. Excellent.
Awesome. I am really excited about this and seeing what kind of heroes they're going to pick for this.
Yeah, so we're into the ban pick phase. What do you think's going to get banned?
I wonder.
I don't know why I'm asking these questions. It's Toronto. So I'm kind of hoping one of the teams pick up Gazlo here. He's actually extremely good on this map. Because, especially when the bottom temple pops up, he just, all the turrets and the bombs, you're going to hit so many people with them. It's awesome. So, we'll see what happens here.
I don't know about your Gazlo hype, but you know what? It might happen.
I'm trying.
You never know.
I'm trying. Honestly, I just like to see any character that's not usually played. Like, I'd be happy with a Rexar pick. I think that'd be fun. Just something that's not in every game. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe a Tychus pick.
Yeah, I like Tychus. Falstad gets banned out. Makes sense, though. His fly ability is kind of huge on this map. He can stay in a lane and soak and then fly to wherever he needs to be. And first pick Kael'thas.
Yeah, and you can see that King of Blade Alpha first pick that Kael'thas faster than the timer could probably even register.
Yeah, I mean, that slamming that button down. Just insta-lock KT there. And another first Zagara pick for a team. We've seen this a couple of times tonight, and it's excellent. I mean, again, vision is so important on every map. I don't think there's a single map where I would say, no, we don't need any vision on stuff.
Popular pick, Thrall being picked up here because, of course, he's just extremely good poke, extremely good damage, amazing ult at engaging and disengaging.
Yeah, and also, for all our viewers, remember that these are best of 3. This last section is a best of 3. So everyone is available to, people can pick a weird comp and see how it works. And people in chat are saying Gazelle on Sky Temple. So I'm really hoping for the Gazelle pick. Anyway, you can pick some weird compositions and go for it because it's not, losing one kills you, right? You have to
Yeah,
lose two. So you can afford to lose one if you're confident in your other plays.
I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in this match because this map, in my opinion, is one of the hardest to make decisions on. There's just lots of ways you can trade temples, trade bosses.
Yep.
Of course, a lot of people forget the fact that regardless of towers, you can also, of course, push to your own advantage. And mule characters are also very strong on this map, so we'll be interesting to see if we'll have any characters that have the mule ability.
Yeah, Abathur on this map can be very powerful. I just played a game today as Abathur, playing on this map, and being able to mule up towers that are getting hit by the mule up buildings that are getting hit by what I affectionately call the Zap Zap towers. Thank you, Wow Krendor, for that name. Really helps. It really basically negates the advantage of having the map objective.
Then we have a Tassadar being picked up by King of Blade Alpha. Just always a really solid pick. Probably will pick another healer to go with it. Maybe a Malfurion. Maybe they'll take a page out of RFS's book.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to work most of the time, so I would not be surprised if they did. But their THC here is running into their band picks pretty quick, or into their time pool really quick.
Yeah, they're definitely really thinking about what to do here. And there's a Jaina and a Rainer ban, so they're really prioritizing banning some really strong damage dealers here. So it goes to show what kind of range damage is left on the table. And obviously we have Vala being one of them.
Oh yeah, of course. And you never know, we might see a Tychus. But THC doesn't really need two more range damage. They can afford to go one more and then a front line and a support, of course.
Yeah, to be interesting. I would think they would pick up maybe. I'm not too sure about any. I'm trying to think about who they'd pick for their front line here, but ETC is obviously a really popular frontline pick here, as well as Diablo. But you don't really see Diablo picked unless the Tyrande somehow accidentally gets picked up by another team.
Yeah, that's true. They do pick up Medic though for those single target heals, which she is phenomenal at.
Yeah, definitely. And even the most disciplined teams can be caught in what I call the cycle of chasing Lieutenant Morales. You see it all the time if you're in Hero League. Just focus Morales, so everybody tries to go after Morales
Yep.
through their entire enemy team, and they end up getting killed just trying to kill Morales.
Yeah, there's a technique called flanking that covers that. But people don't seem to know how that works, so that tends to be a problem. They do also pick up Vala, like you said, for another range damage dealer there. They do need their front line, but they pretty much have, they can pick whatever they want, unless King of Blades picks another front line.
Yeah, I
They
think that's what
they
they
have
decided,
they have their range of picks.
because they really wanted to make sure that they had a effective range damage dealer that they believe that they can use, and they probably believe that whatever tank they can get, they can fulfill that role.
Yep, that's exactly right. And Karzim is going to be their other support. It makes sense to put a Karzim with a Tassadar. It gives you some ranged, I guess, healing. It's really shields. I guess he can heal with the Leeching Plasma build, but it gives you some ranged shields along with melee damage and melee healing.
Somebody said in Twitch chat that they would like to see a Haunted Mines match. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I would love to see a Haunted Mines match. That is one of my favorite maps. I'm really sad that it's going away. Um, I mean, I guess I understand why, but it was a fun map. It forced people into team fights, and they are out of time. Are they going to get randomed into something? I think they did.
There
I
must
think
have been a bug here, because I don't think that they would do that.
I
We'll have
think
to see.
I think they got randomed into Rhaegar.
Yeah,
And
because unfortunately, the new meta is not heal the Kel'Thas with 3 healers.
Yeah. I mean, but can you imagine Muradin with a shield and Stone Skin or Stone? What is that? Stone Skin? Yeah, the one that heals him. Karazim healing him and Rhaegar healing him. He'll never die ever. There's
All right, well,
there's no way to kill him.
I'm wondering if THC is letting theirs tick down too, because they know that they're having an issue. but they did pick Leoric, so I'm not sure.
I don't know. That's a good question. So if this is the team comp, this will be quite interesting. I mean, you can go a damage build Karzim, and he does pump out quite a bit of damage, but I'm not sure why you would want to. There's other characters that do it better, have more to offer.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that on the European scene where Karazim was picked as a potential damage dealer to ban out any of the really good healers. But it doesn't seem like they did that with that pick because they had already picked up Lieutenant Morales, so it really doesn't make sense. But I guess it could have been a pocket pick, maybe to surprise THC, who wouldn't see it coming.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, maybe they just like being really support heavy. And, the meta is the meta, but you can play other things as well. There's no reason why you can't go against the meta to get something unique done.
Yeah, I totally agree. And some of the most fun games came whenever me and my friends were just messing around in quick match, and we decided, we're doing an all melee comp.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've had teams that said, "Hey, we're playing all specialists. Let's do it." It's like everybody's a specialist. Let's go.
But do we have contact with them to make sure that they're not going to do a redraft or something like that?
I hope so. We're I'm in contact with one of them. They're not saying, they haven't said anything yet, but we'll see what happens there. Until then, we have to just assume that that's the comp that they're going for.
Yeah, and if we're assuming that, and we're assuming that the Karazim is going to go a damage build, they would definitely want to try to play, I would say, the early game very safe and just give up whatever tower that THC would go to and just go to the other one. Because...
Right. So, sorry to cut you off, but I'm getting confirmation here that it lagged for both of them on the last pick. The teams have agreed that instead of Rhaegar, they're going to pick up Sylvanas, and instead of Leoric, they're picking up Joanna.
Okay.
Yep. Both teams have agreed that sucked. One team got a better pick than the other one. But I mean, because Leoric fit their comp, right? A Rhaegar doesn't really fit what they were going for there. Sylvanas makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just unfortunate that this has to happen all the time with this thing. Because Heroes Draft is just, it could just be so sketchy sometimes. And that's not really, I will definitely say if there's anybody who's working on Heroes Draft or that's from, Gosu Gamers, it's very great that anybody even came up with a system for this.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
So it's the one thing to criticize it, but when I'm criticizing this, I'm more criticizing Blizzard for not already getting off their butt and
There's why have they not done any of this? Like, where is it? Now, they have said that it's coming, but if it's not here, then I don't think it counts.
Yeah. But we do have Rhaegar, like you said, is equal Sylvanas, and Leoric is equaling Johanna, so that makes a lot more sense.
Yep, yeah, those definitely make a whole lot more sense. So, oops. Okay, cool. Yeah, we really appreciate the Heroes Fire thing. It sucks that sometimes it just doesn't work, right? And they probably get a lot of traffic, and it's probably like it's a server in somebody's basement that they were like, hey, nobody's doing this. We should.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I will have to say to everybody that my run of being on a team is over, so I'm just a caster this game, unfortunately.
Oh, was somebody saying something about it?
Oh, no, I was just joking because, on the past 2 games I've been drafted onto a team.
Yeah, sorry, nobody wanted you this time. Doesn't look like.
I fell out of the meta.
Yeah. Turns out casters don't have, like, any advanced notice on things. They thought they did. We did. I don't know.
All right, so it's going to be very interesting to see if THC can take it all the way from beating RFS or if it's going to be King of Blades.
Yeah, well, in King of Blades, they've done really well. I've been watching the Twitch chat, and people have been mentioning their games. It seems like they've done very well today. So I'm excited to get to see them play. I wanted to catch an earlier match of theirs, but, with the way things work behind the scenes here, it's not always doable.
Well, I mean, King of Blades did very great in the Heroes Rising tournament. Even though they didn't, win it, obviously, they were in there with some professional teams. So to even go there and really compete and to really, really look like they were competitive in those games is a huge thing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, all right, so we'll start off by introducing the teams here. We have Dark Chimera on Tassadar, Tamster on Kirazim, Killzeon and Muradin, Frozen X on Sylvanas, and Talking Trees on Kilthos.
See, now you have to be afraid of trees. On the other side, we have Calabunga on Vala, Justing. I can't even tell who's playing because he's. That must be Joanna. Buds on Thrall there, Insider on Zagara, of course, and Learner on Medic once again.
Yep, and it does look like we're going to just have that strat to just push in a tower really quick. But it looks like they're actually going to back off.
They're only leaving 2 down there just to try and get some more damage on there while, showing their faces, making the other team think that they're coming.
Yeah, that was definitely a smart strategy, so they didn't even really get a tower there. They did get some damage out on it, though, so that is something. And I'm always interested to see who's going to be on the bot lane on these maps. And, of course, there's Zagara, and it looks like they picked up the Tassadar to defend against that Zagara push.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Tassadar is actually a very good counter to Zagara in lanes. He can check where the creep is. He's got an AoE to get rid of it. He can wave clear fairly effectively. It's not great, but it's effective, as we're seeing right now. But, yeah, I think that's a good call on their part.
Yeah, and this is once again one of those larger maps, so we're not going to see a ton of roaming in the very beginning. But we're going to look forward to is seeing what time that they're going to take camps in regards to temple spawning, just kind of like they were on Cursed Hollow last time.
Right. So in mid, we have 2 people pushing down this tower, and they're just not even worried about Joanna hitting them. They're just getting the tower. They don't care. They took a bunch of damage, but they got something out of it. So,
yeah,
good on
that's
them.
one of those things, just value trades there. They didn't die, and they got a tower, so it's a win-win.
Yep.
And it looks like THC is going to capture the top here with just Medic.
Yeah,
But
I mean, Medic's a good person to do that, honestly. She can move the big guy around if she wants to, and she heals pretty quick, too, so.
Ooh, Calabunga doing a very good job of evading that Flame Strike there, making sure he's not taking too much damage.
Yeah, Calabunga also doing a great job of keeping those guys off of that shrine, away from his team.
Yeah, and it looks like right now we have Murd in middle.
Oh, I don't think he's going to make it. Calabunga does make it, and Sylvanas goes down. Talking Trees is going to be close behind, and Tomster, can he get out? I'm sure he can. He's the monk.
Wow, yeah, what a loss there. And now we have Johanna taking over that mid tower, and then we have THC also getting the top tower, so getting a ton of shots off here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Joanna, though, kind of in trouble. Very low health. Insider here to help, but can they turn this around?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here, and it looks like all the shots are going down here. And
yeah,
they're all finishing up the shots at top.
Yeah, that was excellent use of the towers there, the Zap Zap towers, as I like to call them, of the shrines, obviously, to get more damage done on the other team. However, they do have quite a bit of damage done in the mid there. That was a lane that King of Blades was pushing, and they didn't quite get the keep, but it's getting down. So we'll see if they can come back from that.
Yeah, and you can see how teams are trying to maybe secure their camps right now. Maybe captured a little bit earlier. Usually I like to hold off on capturing that camp until the bottom spawns, but they're just trying to get some push done. Yeah,
Bud's down here could be in some trouble. He's got pretty much the whole enemy team coming to stop him. Zagara's trying to put pressure on Tassadar, but there's not a lot Zagara can do at this point. The Envenom Spines are helping quite a bit. That's a level 4 talent, and pretty much a must-pick for Zagara.
Yeah, and really, Tomster up top is really just having his way to push this and really pressuring that Vala.
Yeah, well, Vala with a multi-shot build doesn't do a great job of taking down bruisers. Just the multi-shot doesn't do enough damage to them to really take them all out at once, like you wanted to.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially when you have a Karzim punching you in the face.
Really, I think this is the smarter thing on THC side to be taking this camp right now, because by the time they get it done here, it's going to be time for bottom temple to spawn, and they'll have this be pushing up.
Oh yeah, yeah. It should be spawning any minute or any second now, so we'll see. And it looks like they're going to take it right away, but this does give Karzim a chance to go up there and stop it. And
yeah,
it looks like KT's going too.
Yep, and it looks like they're going to have a late rotation here, so THC can get the positional advantage. And right now they're at a building advantage too, so they're in a really good spot. But this is still an early game.
Oh yeah, Insider's down here. She's already creeped up this whole area here. Took battle momentum at level 3 instead of endless creep. Both good abilities. I prefer endless creep because I like to run away. It's just
And
me.
look at this team just being really smart here about we're going to get shots and we're going to get buildings, so we get more value out of our shots.
Right, yeah, they want to do damage, as much damage as they can. They want some of those shots to go other places.
Yeah, but they're responding by pushing hard on top here, so we just kind of have a race here, but I'm not sure they can outrace tower shots, you know.
Well, they do have a Sylvanas, so no damage is being done to their characters.
It's
So-
true. They are doing a very good job of pushing up top.
Yeah, and they're going to get that, of course. Now, they may also get the tower if they decide to stay, and it looks like they are. KT is coming down there trying to help team out in mid, and it looks like somebody did take Mule. Tassadar was able to pick up the Mule at level 7.
Yeah, such a valuable tool on this map, because if you can manage to push them off of a building and they can't get aggressiveness on it, you can really just heal up your building by quite a bit.
Oh yeah, I mean you can take a building that has a sliver of health left all the way back up to full in no time.
Yeah, but we're going to see what's happening. They really want this middle building here, so they're really trying to put some pressure out on there. But Sylvanas, KT, is able to really poke quite effectively.
Oh yeah, and this match has been so action-packed that I totally missed that they have level 10 already. And there goes a
ooh,
ball
that
of
chain
capturing
bomb does a lot of
KT.
this. They're going to sit up on KT to make sure they can burst him down as fast as possible. KT does go down.
7-sided strike coming out, but it hits too many people to really be effective.
Yeah, Silence does go out and does take out the Thrall, and Justine does manage to get out with a sliver of his health. Sylvanas is making sure she's not going to go too overextended by poking. Calabunga is kind of in trouble though, but Medic is just doing a great job switching off her heals in between people and keeping everybody alive.
Yeah, Medic is almost out of mana though. Actually, their whole team is out of mana. They really need to back off because the other team has a couple of people that are pretty much at full.
Yeah, and look, they did at one point, they did get a kill on Thrall here, and they're using their Mule here to heal up this middle building, so really a pretty good trade, I'd say.
Oh yeah, and another Mule or two, and that middle building's going to be right back up to full. And it looks like, oh, they're coming over here for the siege camp. I thought they were going boss for a second.
Yeah, no, that would be a little bit aggressive here at this time, and you know, I said boss pits are called the throw pit, but this particular boss pit is the throw pit.
Well, there's just so many angles that you can get in there. It doesn't seem like there are. You're like, oh, there's only 2 directions. Well, it doesn't feel like that when you're playing. Trust me.
Yeah. How many games have been lost to that pit, I will never know, but it's quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
And it does look like they're gonna... You always, on this point of the map, you kind of want to have bottom control, because if you have bottom control, you can rotate and have your other members of your team take the boss. So that's why you see like both teams really contesting hard to make sure they get this bottom shrine.
Yeah, they definitely want it. And Vala is a little late to the game, but so is Karzim. So one team doesn't have a healer, the other team doesn't have their damage. And Maul goes out. Excellent Maul, hitting 2 people. Those 2 people are deleted. Karzim is down as well. And Muradin might be right behind them, or Dark Chimera instead.
I'm not sure what Dark Chimera was doing there. I'm not sure if he was trying to bait them out to chase him and then he could use his E to get away, but he just got bursted down completely.
Yep.
And really, THC just performing on all levels so far tonight. They are doing an amazing job.
Yeah, excellent performance by them. They're taking boss now and the bottom tower. Muradin, meanwhile, is going top to see if he can at least pick up some tower shots. He knows he can't contest any of this.
Yeah.
But he can probably pick up some tower shots.
And really, this boss it's terrible that they got it, but at least they got it right now where the towers are going to be almost done, so they could just kind of make sure that they burst this boss down so it doesn't do too much damage. But, you know, THC is not going to back down. They want to push with this boss, too.
Yeah, I mean, they have a boss. You got to push with it. So,
Yeah.
and one of the towers is down on this front line, and the other one is going down very fast with those boss hits.
One thing that I think that's been an interesting part of this matchup here is that force walls have been perfectly thrown down, but meta kills go through force wall. So they haven't been able to kill any people trapped behind a force wall in this game.
Yeah, that's true. It does not require line of effect. You can go right through people, right through walls, anything you want.
And they got what they wanted here, so I imagine TSC is going to get out of there.
Yeah, there's no reason to stay. They can go mid, soak up some more experience, try and get to level 16 quicker. That whole bottom lane is just destroyed. There's Siege Giants walking in after it. So, yeah, they definitely got what they wanted. It looks like everyone's going to go for their bruiser camps now.
Yeah, it's a very thing. Just to make sure they have map control here, get some pressure on there, force the other teams to react and show themselves. At least right now they're on the same talent tier, and you're going to want to think that they're going to want to fight them at this talent tier before things get too out of hand.
I'm not sure you want to, because if one person dies, the opposing team just got level 16. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true that.
That could be a huge problem. In the middle of a team fight, the opponent getting another talent tier is scary.
And they're making sure that this bottom building is not going to get muled up. They're going to take it right now.
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone even has access to Mule on that side unless Medic gets it.
Yeah, Medic did have Mule, and it was on the bottom building.
Oh yeah, Medic does get it. Okay. I did not know that. I don't play a lot of Medic either, so that would explain that.
Yeah, once again, there you go, that force wall trying to trap the Thrall. Thrall gets out of it pretty easily, though. Really,
Yeah, not quite far enough forward.
Yeah, these chain bombs they're doing a really good job of spreading out for these chain bombs, so they're not taking too much damage from it. Justin getting really aggressive here, seeing if he can pull somebody out of position, but just poking, getting out.
Yeah,
Force
I mean,
wall's going down.
he can afford to get aggressive. He knows there's not a lot of damage besides Kael'thas, and Kael'thas's damage is typically area damage, right? You're looking at him to deal a lot of damage to a lot of people. Single target damage, not so much.
Yeah, it's really looking like they need to do something here. They have to try to really change some of this momentum off, because this game is kind of slipping out of their hands.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one-sided at this point. There's only 2 buildings left on their side. The bottom building is gone. Catapults are pushing. They've consistently won team fights. It is 7 kills to 1.
Yeah, and it looks like Dark Chimera is trying to get some bottom shots, but they're going to rotate on him. Probably the safest person to try to steal some shots, because he can get away pretty decently easy.
Yeah, oh, he's not high enough level yet, is he? He did take, oh yeah, he is. He has prescience. Okay.
Yeah, he's really just buying time at the moment here. I think he's just going to sacrifice his life for this.
I mean, there's no reason not to be honest. He's behind. They're behind a lot. They need as much damage as they can. He took quite a few shots off of the tower, so they're getting a better than even trade, which is good for them. Unfortunately, there is some creep up here that they can see, and as I said that, KT decided it shouldn't be there anymore. But the other team is rotating. Only Thrall is not here.
That's true. Thrall is a very big part of their damage, so we'll see what they do. Chain Bomb does go out. He gets Cowabunga very low. Insider's getting low too. He's going to get picked up by the Sylvanas with the E. Ports in, uses Envenom, but Envenom's not going to be enough through Medic's heals.
Yeah, between Medic's heals and being able to stand on creep and heal, no problem there. But they did lose Vala, and that is a problem for them. And they're about to lose Thrall as well.
Yeah, wow. Taking a lot of damage here. But those heals from Medic are just so sick, and it's sustaining combined with Thrall's self-sustain.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
already at full health. And they're getting kind of dangerous here. Thrall's just kind of really
Stim drone on Zagara is just brutal.
Yes, Zagara is just running around, throwing out her Mutalisk on everybody.
She does so much damage as is, and with the Stim drone and the poison from Envenom Spines, it's crazy the amount of damage she can put out.
Ooh, what a good escape by Frozen X to make sure that he's running away so he gets the maximum distance from that teleport.
Yep. Yeah, and teleported right over the wall, just over the wall. It was perfect.
Yeah, exactly. But, THC, once again, just smelling that victory, making sure, hey, we're going to get this camp while we're here. We're going to make sure you're still on your heels. And there's a boss here, too.
Yeah, are they going to go for it? I don't think they are. I think they're just going to go over to the siege. Makes more sense to do that. But Insider is putting down creep for vision there. They want to be able to see if the other team shows up at boss.
Yeah, for sure. And it is definitely going to be... They have a lot of pressure on bottom, but they make the really safe and smart choice, in my opinion, to just not pressure the boss yet, because it's just, once again, just a place where you can throw the whole game away. And I think I've seen you cast games where that has happened, where it seemed like one team was ahead. And
oh, yes. I have definitely casted games where the boss has cost a team the game. But it looks like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, wow. They say that we need a play to get back in this game. We're going to go for the boss and be aggressive here because we know that they are taking the top camp. But Zagara knows that they are here too, so they have to be really careful about this rotation. How fast can they take down this boss?
She does have Maw up. She can just maw them off the point.
Wow, Murden gets stunned, cannot use any abilities. He is done for. The boss and manages to take them out. Kerosene trying to do desperation move, but it's not going to work.
Well,
Frozen X is going to go down.
his desperation move also allowed them to get the boss. He seven-sided striked. I don't know. And that allowed them to pick up the boss because his body is no longer there. He no longer caps points like that, and they're just going straight for the core. They don't care anymore.
Yeah, this looks like GG. Game 1 is going to go to THC, and unless something really bizarre happens here.
I mean, yeah, they could come back, but that is so much damage. I'm waiting for the stim drone to come out on Zagara to just make sure the damage is done, but it's not. It's on Thrall instead. And that's the ball game, folks.
Yeah, Game 1 going to THC. An impressive Game 1 win.
Oh, yeah. Definitely well done on their part. They did quite a bit of work there to ensure that, they got what they needed to get done. Yeah, Kael'thas did excellent. We're looking at the stats right now. He did tons of damage, but just could not capitalize on anything that happened there.
So it just seemed like in the early game, they got some really good force walls off, but as long as Medic had that heal on that person, they just could not burst them through that.
Oh, yeah.
And they just didn't have. Johanna is very good at Johanna, was very good at peeling, and Muradin could jump in, but their damage dealers couldn't get to the back lines to really do anything to Morales.
Yeah, that's true. And Morales, Lerner on Morales did an excellent job of switching off her heals whenever necessary to ensure that everyone was topped off, everyone was staying alive. Lerner is awesome at playing healers, apparently, because that was an excellent show.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. Like just the plays from Morales that game was it just goes to show you the power of a small. It used to be that everybody thought Morales was just a really weak hero before she got her minor buffs of to her HP, but now in this meta, she's just so strong at keeping people alive.
Yeah, and I would like to point out, I'm watching the stream. The boss was the throw pit. We talked about that like 3 or 4 times during that whole game, and it ended up being they went for the boss, and it cost them the game.
Yeah, I will say though, it's almost you can't even call it really the throw pit there, only because it was like the desperation pit at that point. They're like, we need to do this. We need to get something on there, and just with Zagara's vision, they just knew there was just no way to sneak it.
Yep, that's true. When the Zagara is on the enemy team, you have to expect that the enemy knows where you're at, pretty much all the time. Same thing with Tyrande. If there's a Tyrande there, the enemy knows where you are.
And we got some smart people on Twitch right now who are seeing this right now, and they're saying,
I think I lost you. I did lose you.
It was all or nothing plays. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're back now.
All right, yeah, but luckily it's not all or nothing for them. It's a best of 3.
Yes, that's exactly right. It is a best of 3, and we are waiting on the next draft link, which is why we're talking so much. Actually, we're talking so much because we like to talk, but that's a whole different issue.
And the thing about this too that's different than other things, we will not have to watch another map ban phase because the loser gets to choose on whether they get the first pick or the first map pick, correct?
They sure do. Yep, the loser gets to pick here. So they will get to they get to pick whether they get to choose map or first pick heroes. So if they choose the map, they don't first pick heroes. But if
So here's my question to you.
Yes.
Do you prefer in this position to pick the map or to pick hero first?
I actually hate picking heroes first. It bothers the crap out of me. I'm more of a reactive kind of player because like the heroes that I like are all heroes that are, if I pick them first, they're pretty easily countered. Like Zagara, Abathur, Murky. Like I play a bunch of specialists, so a lot of the times if those get picked first, it's already too late. So I prefer to pick the map actually. So I know that we're good on this map. We can do this. And as far as heroes go, there's so many to choose from and you can change up your comps so easily that I don't think it's that important to get first pick heroes.
Yeah, I think so too. And maybe if you have a map that you think is like your stronger map, maybe you have something on your hand, like, hey, we've practiced Towers of Doom a lot, and we think we're really great on Towers of Doom compared to whenever we've scrimmed with people, or
Right.
maybe Dragonshire, just other maps. So me personally, I totally agree with you. I prefer to choose the map because, I mean, the hero picks are going to be similar. Even if you don't get first picked, it's just going to be a similar group of heroes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You end up seeing that all the time. Similar heroes, that's pretty much the same heroes constantly. We saw it during Heroes Rising. We've seen it during Go for Heroes. All sorts of different places. And yeah, I know what heroes. I have a wider range of heroes that I'm good at than maps that I know we're good at. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be interesting. I'm ready to see what kind of map. And it's going to be Battlefield of Eternity.
Yeah, it does look like it is going to be Battlefield of Eternity. We're still waiting on everyone to get into the draft. They're getting into the game right now just so they can make sure everyone's in. And they're asking us if we're ready to start the draft, and indeed we are. So we'll get that started in just a second. I wonder who picked. We still don't really know. And Sweet Beeps, thanks. Sweet Beeps and Risen. Dang it, Risen. Both yelling, Gazlo or bust, Gazlo or riot. Nice to see you, Risen. Welcome back.
More like Gazlo and Riot.
Yeah, that's true.
Personally.
That's true.
But
So
I'm
it
ready
looks
for
like.
this.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm ready for this. Let's see what they're doing.
Oh, it looks like King of Blades gets to pick their heroes first.
Interesting. Maybe they have a pocket hero strategy. that
Maybe,
they want-
maybe they
actually
do.
want in.
Well, we have seen THC really likes Zagara.
It's true. They really haven't. Their Zagara play has been really strong, but of course they want to get rid of the Tyrande because they don't want to see Tyrande. Nobody wants to see Tyrande.
I want to see Tyrande. I don't know what you're talking about.
If you're not playing the game, you do.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's my point. But yeah, you're right. Not really anybody wants to see Tyrande in the game, unless it's on your team, of course.
Exactly. But
It's-
even then, you feel dirty.
No, it's fair when I get it. It's not fair when they get it. They're dirty
balanced.
cheaters. It's balanced when I get it. Actually, you don't want me to play Toronto. I'm not great.
And the Falstad ban. I think we saw that last game as well.
Yeah, I believe we did. So, what do you think first pick is for them?
I would be surprised if they did not pick KT here, but I do understand that Zagara is also really strong on this map as well.
Yep. And we keep coming back to her.
Yeah, because go figure, Zagara is pretty strong on every map.
Yeah, I mean, the vision. There was a time where nobody believed that she was any good. People were like, she's too weak. She doesn't do enough damage. There's not a lot. And she got almost no changes done to her. And all of a sudden, everybody likes her. I always thought that was funny. And there she is. Our Lady of the Evening, apparently.
Yeah, it's really. We have to really believe here that King of Blades Alpha is going to change up some of their draft strats or maybe just their end-game strats because they are just giving THC exactly what THC wants to play. Like, THC wants to play Thrall and Zagara. They've been successful with Thrall and Zagara.
Yeah, they sure have.
So it makes me think, maybe has King of Blade Alpha picked Medic before? Have they really practiced it? Is that an option for them to pick it up? Because I guarantee you, if not, I think that THC will pick up Medic here.
Yeah, they might. There is a Muradin, though. Again, solid pick. So what do you think? I think they're going to pick up another damage. I don't think they're worried about picking up their healer at this point.
Yeah, I would not be surprised here to see a Raynor, because Raynor's just a really strong damage dealer, and Raynor also is very good at getting down the Immortals. So you definitely want people that can do damage. But Sonya, a really good pick as well.
Yeah. Sonya, everyone at first did not like her because she's supposed to be a warrior, but she can't take a hit. Then, people realized double warrior comps with her is pretty good.
And they forced the Uther ban here because they definitely don't want an Uther and a Sonya to be involved in here.
That's a good point. You never want a Sonya with a Divine Shield spinning to win against you.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the second ban is going to be out here. Maybe it will be on a warrior. Maybe they don't want to see ETC or something of that manner. But no, they're going to ban the Jaina. So that's
Another, a solid pick. Solid ban.
yeah. And we'll see here. I will not be surprised if they pick up medic here, though. There's obviously Karazim is a really great healer, and
Yeah.
Malfurion is also a really good healer.
Yep. The problem with Medic on this one is she is pretty squishy, and it is very easy to get around her on this map.
Apparently, they cannot see the draft, so I do not know if you.
Yeah, I know. I messed up. It will be up soon. Well, by the time I say this, it's already up.
Well, there you go.
It took me a second to realize that the light on my camera was still on.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, it's still me, huh?
And look, there we go. Medic. Just like I figured they would pick it up because they really love that medic pick.
Yeah,
there.
they do. They absolutely love that medic. I mean, medic is a really solid single target healer, and their medic does a great job of healing everybody up to full and making sure everyone's topped off.
Yeah, I will declare it if they win this game and it's a 2-0, that medic is definitely the MVP of this tournament that we've seen for THC.
Yeah, for THC, definitely. I agree. That would have been one. I think if I had to play against them, Zagara would have been banned, and then depending on what they picked up after that, medic probably would have been my second ban.
Yeah, now King of Blades going with the Rhaegar, which is pretty interesting.
Well, now I'm curious. Is this a Rhaegar or is it Sylvanas?
All Rhaegars, it's like a card game now. All Rhaegars are actually Sylvanas.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm pretty sure this is an actual pick.
I think so too. They had plenty of time left, so I'm not.
And it's an interesting pick because so far they have a lot. The other team doesn't have KT, obviously. So, Rhaegar's really associated with healing up like a lot of people. So like he can really defend well against AoE.
Right.
So I'm not sure if he was the best pick here, but I mean, King of Blades is an amazing team. So obviously they really know what they're doing here and they have a strategy to go along with this.
Right. Well, and Rhaegar does heal up burst quite a bit with his ancestral healing, but THC doesn't really have a lot of burst. I mean, Raynor, if Raynor gets stimmed, that is some bursty stuff. But they also pick up a Tassadar, so that makes sense then, having a Rhaegar with a Tassadar on top of it.
Yeah, I think they're really going to focus on keeping Sonya up with that combination.
Yeah, well, especially because if they go the Leeching Plasma into Shield Stay Forever build, we saw that with Malfurion tonight already, that you can walk into a fight with people at full health, full mana, and tons of shields on them.
Yeah, I think so, and it's going to be really interesting to see what front line they're going to pick up here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they'll pick up. The other team doesn't really have a lot of CC. I mean, I guess they do with Sonya's Spear, Mirrodin's Hammer, and KT's Gravity Lapse, but they do pick up a Joanna, which I think is a good pick. She's a solid frontliner, and they seem to like her.
Yeah, I think really THC is just going with a tried and true thing of we're going to just say, you know what, we know that Johanna is probably not considered by a lot of people to be the top of the tanks, but we're going to play what we like to play, and we're going to make you play against that. And
Yeah.
they've had pretty good success with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to. Play to your strengths, right?
Yeah, and I personally love Johanna, so I'm a fan of this.
So Calabunga is asking the other team, is that a Sylvanas pick?
Oh gosh. But yeah, so we're gonna see what's gonna happen here. I'm wondering what chat thinks here. Is it gonna be a 2-0 by THC, or do you like King of Blade Alpha's draft here?
Yeah, I mean, THC's team is solid, and we've just watched them play these heroes, right? For the most part, they have shown that they are perfectly capable of using these heroes to their highest potential. So, King of Blades really has to come back and say, we want this. This is ours. It's our time. Let's do it. And hopefully they can. Hopefully they can pull out a win.
Yeah, I'm personally always going to root for the 3 games because I love having the anticipation of having that pressure of the 3rd game, but we'll have to see. And there's just a lot of things that go into this map that are very interesting because, the tried and true argument, if you've ever played a lot of Hero League, is do we attack or do we defend first when it comes to Immortals?
Yeah, well, in the way the Immortals also interact with, or way the Immortal spawn times interact with what you can do with the Mercenaries as well, really can change a team fight, right? So we see this like we see it on Cursed Hollow or Sky Temple. People will go pick up the Merc camps right before the Immortal spawn or the Tribute spawns or whatever it is that's spawning comes up, so that they can go in, fight, and have a wave being pushed pretty hard.
Yep, and so let's get this game started in the best of 3. So on the side of King of Blades Alpha, we have Dark Chimera on Rhaegar, Tomster on Kel'Thas, Zian on Tassar, I apologize if I mispronounced that, Frozen X on Muradin, and Talking Trees on Sonya.
Yep, and on the other side, on THC side, we have Justin playing Joanna, Calabunga on Raynor, Buds on Thrall, Learner on Medic, of course, and Insider on that Zagara. And they are all rocking out the same mount, the Cloud9 Hexagon there, and they're going to all go team fight in mid. Because what's a game without a good mid team fight?
Yeah, they're just kind of all dancing around each other, trying to see if anybody will get out of position, which nobody really wants to trade a kill right now, so they're all kind of just backing out.
Frozen X is a little out of position, but he's backing off. And it looks like Zagara's going to go top. Everyone else going bottom. Tassadar on the other side going top as well.
Yeah, you see this as a common strategy of, one person goes to one lane and the rest just try to push and see what they can do at that lane. But as you can see, it's just really hard to trade when it comes to Medic early game because Medic can just heal up all the damage.
Oh yeah, Rhaegar rather just can't keep up at this point.
Whoa, Talking Trees just escapes with a sliver of health and wisely is going to get back.
Yep. So Raynor did not take Seasoned Marksman here, which makes sense with this map. He instead took Give Me More. It adds to his survivability. Learner doesn't have to worry about him quite as much because if he starts to get low, he's going to get tons of hit points back.
Yeah, that's definitely great, especially because they do have, they can have some really good bursts, especially with Thrall, so that's going to help him keep him alive a lot better.
Oh yeah. Now his damage output late game isn't going to be as high, but on this map it wouldn't be as high anyway because the team fights for the Immortal typically last minutes if the teams are relatively even, and you don't get a whole lot of minion kills during that. So makes sense to not go for Seasoned Marksman there.
And we're going to see how they're going to react on the rotations here. Are we going to have Zagara stay up there and push a little bit? It does look like King of Blades Alpha is going to defend first. Just because it's
closer. Makes sense.
Raynor does get stunned here, but nothing really big.
Yeah, Zagara looks like she's trying to push that lane back a little bit, and then gonna go put in some damage maybe? Nope, she's coming down. Yep, she's coming down.
Frozen X taking quite a bit of damage here, kind of having to watch on the back line here. They're being really aggressive, and because of Zagara being able to just throw out the Hydralisk, and Calabunga just sitting there auto-attacking with Raynor, they're taking a ton of damage here on their Immortal.
Man, I wish the Hydralisk was an Ultralisk. Man, that would be so broken.
Yeah, it would be.
That is Kerrigan's ult you're throwing out every like 12 seconds.
Yeah, but yeah, they did quite a number on Alpha's Immortal here.
Yeah, and they're still dealing damage to it. Joanna's in there just beating it up.
Now we're going to see if they're going to change up the strategy here. You can't really be too aggressive at this point. It looks like it... the first one's kind of weak here too, so they don't really want to surrender too much.
Yeah, that's true. I've always felt like defending first is not typically the way to go. I mean, they don't have a team that can compete, that can race the Immortals, so it makes sense for them to defend. They're playing to their strengths, and their strengths are not dealing damage.
And once again, the little things that Medic are doing, it just goes to show you how much Lerner must have played this hero, using the terrain to make sure that just keeping ways to block in front of him while you can keep healing his other partners. It's just crazy.
Oh yeah,
Like how good he is at his positioning.
yeah. His positioning has been spot on the entire evening that we've watched, and you know it has won them multiple games. It seems like.
Yeah. So we're gonna see what happens here. There we have Frozen sitting here, making sure that stoking bottom here, so they don't lose any experience, and they're just gonna try to burn this Immortal down as fast as possible.
Yeah, Joanna's up top trying to keep it alive with her blinds and her condemn, but not gonna get a whole lot done up here. Maybe get a tower at best. Yep, there's a tower. Put the other one maybe to half.
Meanwhile, though, THC is just getting some pushing work done here because Rhaegar and Emerden can't really stop this kind of push that's going on.
Oh, no. No, I mean, those two have a hard time fighting a Zagara by herself. Just because Zagara heals so fast on creep and moves so quickly and has so many abilities to just poke. So, yeah, with 4 people there, they're not really going to get anything done.
And we do look like we have maybe a fight that's about to happen here down bottom.
They got to get on that point right away if they want it, though. And they do want it. They want it bad.
Yeah.
Frozen
really,
is so dead. Never mind.
And Chain Lightning gets him.
I was going to say he was close, but, you know, that no longer applies.
Yeah, Medic is just able to just keep healing. Doesn't have to wait on CDs. So it just allows him to be so much more aggressive. Rhaegar has to wait. He cannot keep up with the healing of Medic. Not at this point of the game.
Oh, no. No, his heroic is what gives him his main healing abilities.
Yeah, and of course when he gets to like level 16 and he gets to reduce cooldowns on chain heals and stuff like that, he starts becoming a lot more powerful. So we keep saying that maybe they're going to have to wait on, you know, late game for some of these comps, but they have to also just try to play as smart as possible. And if they were going to give up that camp, maybe they shouldn't have gave up a kill for it too. Yeah,
and that's exactly right. Giving up the camp, not a big deal, right? You can wipe out the camp pretty quick. It's no biggie. But giving up a kill along with the camp really puts a number on you. And it's not just as far as stats in the game go, but morale goes down. All sorts of things happen when somebody on your team dies over a camp that didn't matter in the first place.
Yeah, we just gotta hope that King of Blades Alpha is gonna hold their composure here and really develop some sort of threat on this map, because they're fighting right now for their lives because they have to win this match.
Yeah, they do. Yep, this is the second match of a best of 3. If they don't win, that's it.
Hey, but they did do a great job there of getting some damage on these Immortals, so that is a start.
Yeah, the problem they have now is KT is below half mana, which means he's going to be out really soon.
Yeah, I agree, and he took Fel Infusion, so he doesn't have the, increased mana, but that's pretty much common on, like, higher level play.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
So they're just really, once again, just trying to stand here and win this poke war, but they have a Medic, they have a Zagara, they have a Rainer. It's so hard to win that war. Yeah, well, and especially when they're on the defensive so much, their Immortal's taking damage, the other one isn't. Yeah, and it's just, Medic is just using her resources so well that, just look at how much mana she has still. And it's just, there's just no way you can out-sustain this. At some point, you have to make an aggressive movement. It does look like they're going to do that. Johanna, they do get the stuns out. And she does get healed by Medic clutchly, and it does not matter. They pour all the damage into her. Medic is just able to heal it up. That is crazy. Excellent plays by Lerner and Justing there. Keeping her alive. The blinds went out. Condemn went out to just stop people from hitting her so that she could get topped off. It was perfect. Yeah, just as I tell you, they should get aggressive and make a play. It's got to be just demoralizing to just waste so many resources of that. And then, look, full health. Yep. Yeah, and Lerner's just now below 50%. Yes, it's showing the power. Thrall is really getting caught out here, but once again, it's getting topped off by Medic. Sonya's diving really deep, but Sonya needs to be careful here. She gets out pretty well because she does have a double support there. Yep. And I think that's what's been happening, which we've seen in THC's matches. People get so focused on heroes that get low that they'll chase them so deep, and then they end up being the ones getting picked off. And we were talking about that before we started streaming today, is that that happens a lot. People will chase Medic into oblivion. And finally they're getting some pressure on Medic here. But Thrall, is still alive. He gets back.
How
on.
is he up? I don't understand.
The combination of Chain Lightning and Medic's just insistence on making sure healing the right targets is just making everybody on the team seem like an immortal.
Medic
And
heals
finally-
OP.
And finally, Lerner is at a quarter mana, so maybe
Oh,
they can actually...
good. Yeah, I think they've given up at this point. They know they're losing this fight, and bottom lane was pushing their wall. So,
Yeah, though we will. It does look like King of Blades Alpha will get 10 first.
yeah, I'm not sure how that happened. I mean, nobody's really died. It's 1-to-1 kill. So it does. I mean, they did go and soak those two lanes at the end there instead of staying in the team fight. So I guess it makes sense. But they're both at 10 now.
So 10 has started. We will see what kind of game this will turn out to. And obviously, they want to make sure that they just clear this as fast as possible without giving up any kills. Oh, the
Oh,
Maw
wow.
goes out. The 3-man Maw. We're probably going to see his shield go into this. KT's getting low. He does get Ancestral. The Sundering does go out. Frozen X is getting really low. He does hop away. Talking Trees looks like he's going to escape too. And it looks like all of the Team Alpha is going to escape. Really close call. for them.
Barely, yes.
And even beyond all that, though, one thing that we have to analyze here is, yes, there was no deaths, but that was clearly a win for THC because look at the health of their Immortal and look at how much damage they're getting to do to structures.
Oh yeah, and now it's gonna push. It's gonna push that well down, which wells have very little health, and then it's going straight for that building, and they do tons of damage to buildings. Even letting it go, the building's gonna get down to probably half. Not quite, but close.
The demon has fallen.
But
Wow,
now it's
just-
time to go get camps.
In time.
Yes, and even though it does seem like this is a huge, like, THC is crazy far ahead, the EXP at least level is not too drastic. It's just the buildings right now that are just heavily in their favor.
Yeah, it is. If King of Blades can get a good team fight when the next Immortals spawn, they will crush a lane. They will just destroy a lane because the death timers now are high enough that if you lose somebody during one of those fights, one of those Immortal fights, you could be in trouble. And it looks like they're about to lose a Kael'thas.
Wow, just the amount of CC in the pool.
And a
into
Sonya.
the Sunder. And Sonya goes down as well.
I think
Just
Sonya was just killed by Lerner. I think Lerner got the last shot off. That's demoralizing, getting killed by a medic.
But man, this is just incredible plays by THC, and they are just going to make sure they at least get these towers here, because it does look like KT and Sonya are going to be up, so they don't want to overextend too far.
That's true. That's true. And there
Alright,
are the Immortals spawning.
Yep, they're going to come up, and this is going to be the true test here and seeing what will happen. They just really need to make some sort of big play here. Maybe some sort of flank or something to get some sort of advantage to put some pressure on Medic.
Yeah, they need some kind of pressure on her. Lerner has done a great job of keeping everyone up, like we've been saying. But like I said earlier, if they can get a good team fight, if they can kill one or two right before or during these Immortals, they will be just fine. It looks like they're going offense first. They're not even going to try and defend theirs. They're just going to try and race. I'm not sure they can.
But they're
Well,
doing a ton of damage to it, so...
Yeah, Zagara wasn't here yet, so... Yeah, it looks like they may actually get this one. They're ahead by about a quarter of the health pool.
Yeah, they're going to have to be really careful here, though, because now THC is ready to defend this, and they are in a very good position. And those stuns can be devastating around that Immortal if you're not careful.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, getting pulled into one of those stuns. I mean, Johanna being able to pull people into those stuns is brutal. It looks like Zagara's going to go off and try and deal damage with Calabunga there, just to put some pressure on that other Immortal while the rest of the team defends theirs.
Yeah, and they do realize that, so maybe they are trying to hit some sort of pressure. Johanna is being really aggressive. She does get stuck behind a force wall, but once again, Medic is just able to heal through that force wall. Sundering does go out, but KT does get healed up by Ancestral Healing. Rhaegar's going down. He can't heal Talking Trees. Talking Trees is going to go down, and it's just going to... And they're going to have to just retreat from here because of all... They just have no damage anymore and no health.
Yeah, they've
And
got...
look at the...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say they have nothing left, basically.
Yeah, it's just... They don't have anything, and then Medic is just able to fully heal everybody up, and it's just looking like it's going to be a really bad time for King of Blades Alpha. But they are not giving up. They're trying to do one last push to do some damage to this, but it doesn't. It looks like they're going to take care of it on the side of THC.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you're just trying to take the shields down. You know you're probably not going to win that one, but getting the shields down is very important as well, because that means it's not going to be able to push as far. You're going to be able to take it down much faster than if it was at, if it had more shields, obviously.
Yep.
Medic is healing minions.
Yep.
Okay, that minion is at full health. Good job, learner.
Those are the calls that matter, Captain.
Yeah, apparently. I've been playing this game completely wrong. I had no idea. But they are on learner. They finally flanked around, but not enough to get that medic dead.
Yeah, Lerner is just going to get away, and Talking Tree is going to put herself in just a bad position and just go down, as well as Frozen X being really low, but Rhaegar's able to heal him up. Yeah, it's that last, it's the last chance to try to get medic, and everybody's just really mad about the way that the game's gone, and it's unfortunate that's going to have to end like this.
Yep, I thought they had it for a second. I thought they had Lerner dead. But Frozen's got to watch out. He's getting close. There's a shield. He'll be fine.
Yep, and we're going to see if this Immortal can take it down.
I think it will. It does.
Yeah.
It does quite a bit of damage, and their team is. Oh, and there is a stem droned Calabunga. So yes.
It's GG.
Yep, and that's gonna be it.
Congratulations to THC for really just doing a great job this entire tournament and taking it this time.
Oh yeah, they did an excellent job of coming in here and just saying, hey, we want this. This one's ours. Sorry RFS, you're out. Sorry King of Blades, you're out. This is the game that we want to win, and they did a great job.
Yeah, and like I said, it seems like in this tournament, they just decided, maybe in the past we've tried to play what's meta and what's supposed to be countered in the meta, but they just played the same group of heroes and said, these are our heroes.
Pretty much.
We're going to force you to ban them, and if you don't ban them, we're going to beat you with them.
Yeah, and that's the thing that we may see next week, because next week is the finals. The top 8 teams will be playing against each other. I don't know if they're in it or not. I'm not sure if THC is in it or not. But if they are, other teams may want to just start off by banning out Zagara, ban out Medic, or pick them. First pick them. Like, okay, fine, here. That's ours.
Yeah,
now.
Medic is just so. Like I said, I know I've seen people in Twitch chat say, man, these guys are just talking about Medic way too much. But that was really, I thought, the difference in these games, because that heal being off CD and being able to not be pressured and standing in the correct positions, it was just able to let everything else go. Like, nobody was paying attention to the Thrall. No one was paying attention to the Rainer that was just able to blow up everybody.
Right, and it was all the little things, right? Learner was in the exact right spot almost every time. And, of course, the other team would try to dive through the Joanna and Rainer and Thrall to get to Morales, and that didn't seem to be working. At the very end, we saw Muradin and Sonya go around and say, hey, look, we're going to sneak up on this Morales. You guys just hold them off for a second. If we can kill her, we can do this. And they got her really low. She was very close, but they just couldn't keep up. Zagara did a good job of body blocking and getting in the way and making sure that Muradin and Sonya couldn't do anything about it. And that ended up costing them the game.
And not to throw out anything against all the other players of THC, because they all played amazingly great. That Thrall there, if there's Thrall players who want to get better at Thrall, go watch how that Thrall used Sundering.
Yes.
He did not use it aggressively. He used it as an amazing disengage for anybody that tried to engage on his medic.
Yep, yeah, he was constantly checking Lerner's position to see, hey, is there somebody attacking them? If so, here's a Sundering, get out. And if not, he used it to save Joanna once or twice in that game too. During the Immortal phase, Rainer and Zagara had gone over to the enemy Immortal to deal damage, and the rest of their team got pressured on their Immortal by the whole other team, by all of King of Blades, and Thrall had been kind of in the middle, dealing damage and then trying to come back and help out when he could. But Joanna was in a tight spot, and Thrall said, nope, you're out of there. I'm getting you out, you're safe. And that meant that Medic was able to heal everyone up, and they were good to go.
Yeah, and man, I hope that they're going to be. I'm going to have to look at it after we get off of here. That THC is going to be in the finals because man, they definitely. If any other team was underlooking them now, they're gonna be in that, like amongst the talks of like the best top amateur teams now.
Yep. We do have a score set up, or they did. Sorry, Royal posted scores, not counting this week, of course, and they are in the chat right now. Although you guys won't see this for another little bit, but THC is not on the list. Oh, there they are. Team Higher Conscience. Right. Because we always shorten it down. Team Higher Conscience, it looks like they're going to make it in, especially after this game. I think they're going to be in next week. So, yeah. Looks like they are good.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's the top 8 teams, correct?
Yes.
So they are in it currently.
Right, and since they won, they're going to go above a couple of the other teams there that didn't get quite as many points. So they should be in it. So it'll be interesting to see what people do against them next week because they do. They have constantly been picking Zagara, Medic to, they're their comfort picks. They want them. And Joanna as well. So it makes sense for all of that to work. It makes sense for all their opponents to ban out those heroes.
So, closing thoughts, what we learned from this.
Medic apparently can keep a minion alive through pretty much everything. Did not know that. Also, Tassadar can fountain while dimensional shifting. Did not know that either. I'm usually too busy running away to pay attention. But those are a couple of things I learned tonight.
Yeah, I think we learned that Medic is just I don't think we've seen her sometimes, but she's just a lot stronger than I even thought. Like she's just has a really strong place in this meta, and that we should all be excited about next week because it's going to be an amazing set, I believe.
Yep, sure is. So you guys will be back next week, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you live anywhere else, get a time chart. I don't know. I only know those two because I used to live in Indiana. That's it. So we'll be back next week, next Sunday, for the final tournament. Top 8 teams will be playing, and for money and gold and pride and all those other things. And then after that, I think we have a week off. I think there's something going on the week after that, and then season 3 will be starting shortly. We usually don't take that much time between seasons. If you want to get involved, randomcs.com. You can get involved there. Or on the Battlefy, if people want to put the Battlefy up, you can just sign up there. It may not be created yet, so you may just have to check out the Battlefy, keep your eye on it, and see when the NexVerse tournament is ready.
Yeah, it was great casting for all of you guys, and it's great to see such a good turnout. We hope that a lot of people will come and watch the finals. And if you're a fan of what you see and you want to come check out some streams or anything from on my side, you can go to at Bleedies on Twitter or at Bleedies as well as on twitch.tv.
Yep, and you'll find his Twitter handle right under his lovely face there. And if you want to check me out, I'm Captain Cardone. You can find me on Twitter at Captain Cardone or twitch.tv/Captain Cardone or youtube.com/Captain Cardone. I stream every Tuesday and Thursday to both Twitch and YouTube. So I will be around. If you guys want to contact me, feel free. Happy to talk to you about what's going on with the tournament, what I do, all sorts of things. So until next time, I think we're done for the night. Got anything else to add?
Nope, just have good games, people, and have fun. Later.
Alrighty. See ya.
A cage of the tangible, all you had to own. You poor social cannibal, what's left when